our council meeting of Monday, March 4th, 2024, and I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. And in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between the Indigenous peoples and the lands they traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we want to thank the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. And we commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Miigwech. I see we have quite a crowd in front of us, including numerous dignitaries. Welcome all. Appreciate you coming to our meeting. But before we get on to our why you're here, Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest? Seeing no hands raised. Deputation. It'll be a surprise to no one. We have a deputation today from the Severn Sound Environmental Association that is titled Bringing High-Value Environmental Services to Municipal Partners. Ms. Cayley, over to you, please.
We're good. I'm on. Thank you, Your Worship, members of council, staff, and guests who are online as well. I have our board vice chair with me as well today, from councillor from Springwater Township, Danielle Alexander. So Danielle can help with questions as well as we go through the presentation, if I can have the presentation. And we're here today to help bring some more information forward on the shared joint municipal service board that we are for you. Obviously you mentioned we have some other of our member municipalities. Severn Township is with us today as well as some of our staff are here again in case there's some questions that you have that I can't answer. Can I have the next slide, please? I tried. So because we show you this every year, the Severn Sound was one of the Great Lakes' 17 most polluted areas of concern. We were delisted in 2003, and then 6 years later in 2009, recognizing that in significant investment and the need to maintain the investment and the water quality, Georgian Bay Township was one of the founding members of the Severn Sound Environmental Association, which is a joint municipal service board. Next slide, please. I was so hopeful it might work that time. So next slide, please. There, thank you. On this slide, I just want to emphasize the significant investment to delist. So here you can see the numbers around what was invested in delisting, really from the early 1985 when it was just before it was being listed. Over $100 million was spent in the sound and in the watershed, making sure that the conditions were being met of delisting. And one of the conditions of delisting is to continue the monitoring and protecting that investment and what was done to sustain the area. In 2002, there was work done that looked at the value of that investment. So at the time, so again, 2002, it was estimated $16 in benefits were generated by that investment in water quality pieces. And you can see there for every dollar invested. So you can see there what that would include. I'm sorry I didn't include the quote. Obviously, I tried to remind myself and forgot. So that was Keith Sherman and John Hartig who did that work. Next slide, please. So in the founding of the Joint Municipal Service Board, and we're the only one of our kind in Ontario under the Municipal Act that's watershed based. And you can see again here the three main purposes from 2009 that were outlined. So supporting your municipalities in the management of environmental activities, continuing to coordinate the long-term sustainability plan, which was also signed in 2009, and to assume the duties and responsibilities assigned to the Severn Sound Source Protection Authority pursuant to the Clean Water Act. We're one of, next slide please, one of only 2 non-conservation authority source protection authorities under the Clean Water Act. So we were created for your municipalities by your municipalities. So we're not a not-for-profit NGO charity. We're not a conservation authority. We are watershed based, so we're not based on political boundaries. So that's a scientific base on watershed. So that's why some of you, not all of your municipality is in the watershed. We are the environmental arm of your municipalities, of the 8-member municipalities. We provide cost-effective environmental services. So by sharing those costs, you're also sharing all of the services that we can provide for you and the expertise. And you have access to highly skilled staff. We'll have a slide a bit later, which I'm sure you've seen. And we're connected to various researchers as well. Next slide, please. So we're basically an extension of municipal staff doing those environmental services. The oversight, as you know, there's a board. You have 1 member and 1 vote per municipality on that board. The Township of Tay acts as our treasurer municipality. So within our bylaws, we have to have one of the members act as our treasurer municipality. Tay is compensated for doing that as well. So there is a financial compensation for whoever is our treasurer municipality at the time. I also want to just thank Councillor Bocek, who's your member on our board, and Councillor Graziano is your backup. The budget, so there's been a lot of questions around how the budget happens. So staff prepare the budget based on the delivery of services, what's being required by the municipalities. The board reviews that, provides input back to staff, obviously, and then we work to get it to where the board is happy with it, and then they approve it. And we also have an independent audit by our treasurer municipality. So those have been mic off. Of course I did. Oh, thank you. Nothing like muting yourself when you're not even on screen. In terms of our core services, another question we get a lot. So there's core and non-core. So the core, if you are looking at the budget as at the same time, there's a funding formula for core. So every municipality pays 5.6% of the core, and then the rest of the core budget is apportioned according to a formula that is in the chart that you get every year with everybody's percentage along with it. You've also got documents in the package around the details of all of those core services. So again, those core services are things that we provide. Obviously, we have a staff complement that provides for you, but you're sharing the cost of having access to all of those services. Along with that, the core obviously includes things like office building, keeping the lights on, the administration, but there are services within that as well that you'll see in those charts. Again, another question, those that are required by regulation. So source water protection, we are required to do that under the Clean Water Act. So Severn Sound Environmental Association is the source protection authority under the Clean Water Act. But the risk management services are required through your bylaws. So you've named us as your risk management official through the bylaws. So that's something that is required. You're required to do, and you've had us do that for you. The rest of those services, there's a document. The document shows where we've identified that you're required to do the work or meet the regulations, and we either back you up or provide you with the ability to do that through those services. Next slide, please. And obviously, you see this every year as well when I come speak to you. So one of the questions we've seen from some of your meetings is the percent you are of our budget. So you're approximately 9% of the core budget at the 93,318. I'll show you in a minute the breakdown that you also see when you get our letter every year that includes the non-core pieces. Just to give you an idea, you're 9% of the core budget. And in 2023, we do have a time tracker. So we have spent some time looking at the breakdown. We spent approximately 10.4% of our staff time in the Township of Georgian Bay or doing work for the Township of Georgian Bay. Next slide, please. And so the breakdown again, like I mentioned, so the first line that you'll see in the letter that comes to you is the core, and then the next is the risk management services. Those are paid, in your case, those are paid by the district. But ultimately, I would assume that comes out of your pocket at some point. But the district pays for risk management services and eventually would pay for source protection if the province defunds that. Sustainable Severn Sound, you might remember that originally was a separate organization. It became part of our organization, and that again is a separate project for now. And then other projects, obviously in the past, Honey Harbor, currently McLean Lake, other projects, inland lakes that are municipal specific. Next slide, please. And you've seen this, of course, the overall ask. Next slide, please. And this is the team. I included this so you can see that this is a highly skilled, highly trained, educated team of people who are working for you. And they work very hard for you, for the municipal partners, and bring a real passion to the job. It's a pretty cool group of people. If you ever get the opportunity or you want to do any of the work with us or be part of or meet them, we'd be happy to invite you to come do that. So as of 2024, your contribution to the core of 93,000-ish plus the projects, which brings you to about 106,000. You have access to all of these people. And then in the summer, that goes up because we have summer students and we'll get interns as well if we can find external funding. So currently we have 7 full-time permanent, 3 full-time contract, 2 contract terms, and 1 part-time casual. So that's the full complement of our staff. And again, these people are all working for each of your municipalities. Next slide, please. So budget increases you've seen up and down over the years. And the large increase in 2024 that you've seen is, as you can see in the slide, there was a whole bunch of reasons, including a carry forward. So the last board chose to use reserves to pay for some of our operations, which means you bring forward that cost because we've used reserves to do that. So we originally as staff brought forward a budget that was a 24% increase, not a 12% or 14 or 12, I guess we're at. And that included the 14% carryover from reserve from the year before. And we were asked by the board to go back and reduce that. So we did that by removing 1 full-time permanent position. So we brought ourselves down to 12% by doing that, using some reserve for IT increases that we've seen, and including we made an assumption that the province will continue to support source protection. So obviously we negotiate with them as part of the regional group to make sure that happens. Next slide, please. And moving forward, I don't want you to think for a minute that our board doesn't push us annually to try to smooth out those increases. The increases, obviously, just like yours, will continue to reflect human resources costs, increases in rent, utilities, fuel, IT implementation, and we'll be working with our new strategic plan and our board to try to smooth out those increases. I do want to remind folks, if you haven't been with us since the beginning, up to 2018, we were still operating in a deficit. And thanks to your municipal partnerships and you and other municipalities giving us access to your extremely competent staff, we were able to get our heads wrapped around the concept of reserve being that smart fiscal leadership piece and how to put them in place. And we're now in a position where we do have reserves moving forward. And they're not, they are dedicated reserves for the most part. So we did identify where we needed to have money banked. Next slide, please. So what sets us apart, particularly from other organizations? One thing in particular is the partnership we have with the provincial government around our monitoring program. We have fully trained science and technical staff and support the work hand in hand with the province. So the Great Lakes unit in the province we work hand in hand with, as well as their lab. So we have long-term monitoring we've been doing with them, and the cost to you is quite subsidized because we don't pay lab cost. So we are able to use the Provincial Water Quality Analysis Lab, so in Rexdale and Dorset, and they provide those lab loads in kind. So without them, that would be a significantly different cost to be doing the kind of sampling that we've been doing with you all these years. They also are very specialized labs, being able to go fairly low level, more low level than any private lab in looking at things like phosphorus to make sure we're capturing those numbers. And again, there's a document in your package we thought would be helpful that we've now put together that indicates all of the monitoring that we do, the programs, and where we think there's value that either you are or are not taking advantage of, and value for ourselves as well. Next slide, please. We have talked to you at other deputations around the concerns you need to be aware of. I included that just as a reminder. The ongoing risks around climate impacts we're seeing, water temperature increases, algae blooms are becoming more prevalent again and more severe, poor water clarity, sodium at the Port Severn intake, and chloride water levels in Port Severn as well. Next slide, please. Field monitoring highlights, which hopefully you remember from the last time we were here doing a deputation, so I won't go into detail, but looking at open water, doing our climate and water level monitoring, tributary monitoring, and our citizen science programs. And again, we've included more detail in those programs in the package for you. And some of the added value that we bring here is that we do have in-house blue-green algae and algae identification expertise, so we can do that fairly quickly working with the Health Unit and the Ministry of Environment as well. Next slide, please. And again, just included this slide so that you and your staff can look at what data we have and what might be of value to you doing the work that you're doing in Georgian Bay Township. So this is more of an inventory of what we have. Next slide, please. I know it's a bit tough, especially in here. It's pretty small to look at. We'd be happy if you're interested in providing a map like this in a larger, we can print them larger for you in a poster size. But this identifies all of our historic and current project and based and regular core-based monitoring that happens in and around specifically your township. Next slide, please. And that just gives you a better sense of where we do our monitoring that would be relevant for you. In terms of our field monitoring, we've partnered with the provincial lab, like I mentioned, so certainly reduce cost and certainly high quality data. We have long-term data records. So in Honey Harbour, for instance, our data records were going back to 1998. We have in-house expertise in monitoring program design and data analysis and interpretation in complex aquatic environments, and strong connections both with provincial scientists and academic researchers. One of the projects we're doing right now, looking at our 20 years since delisting, we're working with Trent University postdoc students on that. We're evidence-based focus, and we work on known issues, so algae blooms, nutrient levels, road salt impacts, things that will be of direct relevance to you. I mentioned our in-house expertise. We also have been doing some algae causation studies in other municipalities, and that certainly is data that and information that can be shared directly with all of you, and those have been done as special projects paid for by your partner municipalities. Water levels and weather stations. So we have a water level. We work with the Canadian Hydrographic Service, and Midland has a water level station. And we operate weather stations. So we have two, Midland and LaFontaine, and then we have some others that are now partnered with the Federation of Agriculture throughout the watershed. Next slide, please. Our tributary monitoring, so the rivers, the Severn River at Port Severn, and you can see those include things like chemistry. We have a long-standing temperature monitoring of walleye spawning shoal in Port Severn, where we partner with MNRF and DFO on restoration work there. And again, we have in-house identification expertise for benthic invertebrates. So those are the bugs that live in the streams or in the lakes that give an indication of good or bad water quality. And we have citizen science monitoring programs that are, again, evidence-based and empowering to your community, as well as helping fill data gaps. Next slide, please. And we do get questions, so data is great, but what do you do with it? So from knowledge to action. And data should be used really to identify places where you need to take action. We bring that data and information to you in council presentations, summaries to the township. We communicate at events as well as local newsletters or cottagers magazines and reports online. We do present at scientific conferences. There's historically been a lot of research interest in the Honey Harbour work, and we share with other research groups as well. It also helps for action pieces. So whether you're informing the public on algae blooms, how to prevent them, or how to not expose yourself to them, road salt management, low impact development, optimizing septic inspection programs, shoreline restoration. I'll make a note of that later. We do have a new program coming this year, and Georgian Bay Township monitoring strategy, where we're working with you, the district, and your consultant on what that will look like going forward for you. Next slide, please. And this slide is to really outline the value of high quality data and what it does for you as a municipality. So it allows your township to make evidence-based, informed resource management decisions. It provides background information for your land use planning reviews or infrastructure related reviews or infrastructure funding applications, natural heritage mapping, climate adaptation planning and risk analysis, protecting public health, and communicating to the public as well. Next slide, please. We also then do a lot of on-the-ground implementation and implementation of stewardship programming. So I've tried to highlight in these slides specifically to the Georgian Bay Township, where I know that we've, in the recent past and going forward, have done work with you. We certainly work to answer inquiries from your residents and provide, and your staff, and provide general information and resources to the municipality and public, whether it be on species at risk, natural shoreline habitat, and natural heritage. And we offer support for our Bee Cities, which you are one of the Bee Cities members. And we have had pollinator habitat projects in the past. We did a project with you that we were able to get external funding for a couple of years ago, the DPAVE project. And I've got a slide to that in a bit too, and be able to create things like our gardening for pollinators and different pollinator guides, which you see here, which you can certainly come to us if you want to use them, get copies of them, because that's part of what we have produced as well for you. Next slide, please. In terms of the invasive species program, we have become the one point of contact. So this is an example of a project that one municipality, Tiny Township at the time, several years ago, brought forward at the board as something they were interested in. Other board members showed interest, and eventually that became an all 8-member project that got brought into the core as well. So this is a one point of contact service for invasive species. So we have an invasive species expert on staff who can answer questions for you, for the public, for your residents on monitoring, identification, prevention, as well as management. We do education, obviously, through outreach. We were at a seniors workshop that the district put on in your township as well, providing some information on that. And we're certainly happy to provide information, education. We do training in some other municipalities. They bring us in, especially when they get summer staff or for their public work staff. We can also help with noxious weed ID and those sorts of things. So we have staff person who can help be brought in to do that. We do work hard to leverage external dollars for these kinds of projects. And I just want to point out here as well that because there's so many other organizations working in the field, we certainly work with those that focus on Phragmites. So this program looks to work outside of just Phragmites. We will work on that in partnership with the other organizations, but the expertise we bring is in many other invasive species. Next slide, please. Example I mentioned before on the DPAVE project, that we were able to find external dollars to leverage to help you with your DPAVE project and naturalizing in Honey Harbor Park and planting pollinator species is there as well. Aisha, a water scientist who I have with me, is certainly someone who helped make sure that project got implemented for you. Next slide, please. Drinking water source protection, certainly a very unique situation for you because it's paid for and run through the district. But there's two separate projects here. So one is the drinking water source protection and the other is risk management services. Drinking water source protection is the policy and provincial level work that we do as part of a region around protecting the looking at the intakes themselves. So for you, that's a surface water intake in Port Severn. And we are still waiting for confirmation on 2024 funding, and fingers crossed it'll be multi-year funding. So that will certainly help with some budget reductions moving forward. And the other piece is the risk management services. So those are more the boots on the ground. So when you get planning applications that are within these zones, that we help make sure our risk management official or your risk management official make sure that those are not going to impact your intakes. And I think there was in 2023 there were 3 applications and 1 inquiry reviewed specifically around risk management. So again, those 2 pieces would get billed through the district. Next slide, please. Sustainable Severn Sound. So this has certainly evolved, as I mentioned, from an external organization to we brought that into Sustainable Severn Sound as a project with SSEI. I have John Main with me today as well, who runs this project and works with you and the other 7 municipalities, making sure that these pieces get moved forward. So this obviously is your climate action piece, and you signed on to the sustainability plan, the Severn Sound, the overall sustainability plan in 2009. And then we've been working with you since, I believe, around 2017, specifically on climate action work. And you signed on to the Partners in Climate Protection, so the PCP federal program in 2018. And you were an early adopter with that program, working through us and becoming that PCP member. So by working with SSEA, so working through your Joint Municipal Service Board, you're certainly ahead of the game. You're at milestone 3, heading quickly towards milestone 4. No, I'm seeing a no, yes, no. I think you're at 3, almost at 4. That certainly puts you in a position where you're a leader, and even at the district level. So they could be looking to you as an example of the kind of work that you do moving forward. Also assisting you in the past with declaring your climate emergency and looking forward to implementing recommendations of your energy audit work that I understand sustainability staff have also helped you in getting that grant originally and being able to get that piece moved forward. Next slide, please. As we move forward, obviously you've heard about the pieces that we do, a little more information on those and some of the value. Here I just want to highlight some of the core monitoring programs are obviously going to be continuing. We will be looking at finalizing our State of Severn Sound, so the 20-year after. Certainly a lot of data and different data sets that we've been looking at with the postdoc students, and a science advisory committee that was a really exciting opportunity to pick some brilliant brains throughout the province. We'll also be working on finishing, we had a stormwater receiving monitoring pilot project, which we did in the township of Springwater, and that is basically to provide, the outcomes will provide support for your municipalities as the province moves forward with the changes to stormwater guidelines. So the consolidated linear infrastructure environmental class assessment work that's coming forward on the regulatory basis. So that'll put you in a good place to have, be able to answer some of the questions that you may have around the monitoring requirements. And the State of Severn Sound analysis I mentioned. Next slide, please. Invasive species program will continue, the Sustainable Severn Sound program as well, outreach and education. I certainly hope that we'll be seeing a number of you on Thursday at the council, all 8 council orientation that's happening in the town of Midland at 6 p.m. And on April 5th, if you can mark your calendars, will be our open house and our partners reception. We're still receiving and looking for nominations for awards for that evening. Nominations will close soon. So if you can think of anybody you'd like to nominate or an organization you'd like to nominate that's done work in the watershed, we'd love to see that. The open house and partners reception are both being held in Elmville. So again, hope to see you all there. Next slide, please. We have provided an support, whether it be policy review, provincial policy review, federal policy review. We do support municipalities when you go to Roma or AMO. If you're doing deputations, some municipalities will ask us to come along for our technical expertise or our science expertise. We also traditionally go to the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities initiative to help do the same. And I know there's an upcoming meeting of that. I know several of our board members are going to try to attend at the town of Blue Mountain, so it'll be a more regional meeting, hoping to get folks up Georgian Bay. And I know there's some municipal councillors from the municipalities up the coast of Georgian Bay who will be attending that as well. We also run a webinar series that the Township of Severn has helped us coordinate, and so it's going to be starting up again in April, and that's specifically for township staff and councils where we look at permits and approvals. So we reach out to government folks who may or may not want to do public presentations but are happy to do them for staff and councils to make sure you know the latest on permits and approvals requirements. We also, as I mentioned earlier, have a new project, Restore the Shore, this year. We've been able to secure some external funding. So more to come on that. We'll be looking for potential projects, shoreline landowner projects that folks might want to do. Tree planting and tree distribution. This year, Georgian Bay Township participants have ordered 1,500 seedlings, so those will certainly be picked up in the spring. And if there's ever a place to tree plant, we do volunteer tree planting where we provide the trees as well. And we're also still waiting to hear. We worked with a number of organizations, including Georgian Bay Forever, Georgian Bay Biosphere, the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority, a large group of multi-partners project looking at coastal habitat for wetland restoration potential. That's a federal funding request that went in. Next slide, please. And continue to add value through the expertise and education materials. So if you, your staff are looking for materials for a municipal mail out or for events, whether that be anything from most recently was septic maintenance brochures to whatever you might use us to look for you. Advice on, or maybe we have already that we could provide for you. Advice on municipal operations that impact the environment. So using salt, ditch maintenance, stormwater or wastewater management, collaborating on grants, peer review, land use planning application, and natural heritage reviews, and water quality impact. So we can do that on projects that you're looking for review. The science-based expertise. So again, I mentioned we have a fair bit of science expertise on staff, and we're working with you, the district, and your consultant on your water quality monitoring strategy. And there's certainly services available. So again, this is a shared service. You have those staff available to you. If you don't see a service on there and you're wondering it's something you're going to be doing and you think maybe it would be something we could or already doing or could be doing for you, it's more cost effective to do that in a shared way. It might be a service that doesn't require a full-time permanent position or might be more costly to hire an outside consultant. So please, we're here to be approached to ask if there are things we can do for you and what the cost would be or if it's already included. Next slide, please. Thank you. I am open to questions, Your Worship.
Well, thank you very much for that. I'm sure you could have gone on for another half hour with all the detail I saw on the slides that you didn't discuss. So appreciate your doing it as quickly as possible because I imagine there'll be some questions from our council. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our council and ask if anyone has any questions. Councillor Bochuk, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks very much, Julie, for coming and doing this delegation. A lot of council members and a lot of townships don't realize the amount of work that is done by SSEA. And a lot of our residents just think that rain falls out of the sky into the bay, and that's where we get our water from. It does have to travel across land and go through a lot of different changes. And part of your monitoring is just that you know, most of our water in Georgian Bay comes off the land and it's source protected by SSEA. So thank you for your work. As far as a question goes, I'll wait to see if any other members of council have a question that I can be involved in answering. But again, thank you for your work, and I look forward to attending all your events in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you for your presentation. A lot of information. And however, I have a couple of questions, if you don't mind. Just to understand the service we get and et cetera from your organization. A couple of clarifications, I guess. You stated somewhere in your information that there are about 2,000 properties that are covered by SSEA in the township of Georgian Bay, which has about 5,500 properties, and I would guess that of the 5,500, probably 5,000 of them are waterfront. And of those, there are about probably 1,000 north of Beausoleil Island on Georgian Bay, not in your territory. So my question is, unlike some of the municipalities that are covered by SSEA, and I've mentioned Midland and Penetang and Tay, et cetera, where their entire waterfront on Georgian Bay is covered by your organization, ours is not. Probably, you know, a third or something like that of our waterfront is covered. Why wouldn't our fee be associated with that amount? I know that you do, it looks like your fee sort of is generated based on the number of properties, but we're not getting a lot of coverage. We're getting some in Severn Sound. Georgian Bay Township is a hell of a lot more than just in Severn Sound, so to speak, and a lot of worry about water and water quality, et cetera. So that's my first question, just to ask the justification for the fee that we have. And I have a couple more, if I may. Thank you.
Through your worship,
Ms. Cayley.
to Councillor Cooper. So your fees are adjusted based on the part of your municipality that falls within our watershed. And so the boundary was set by the scientific base of a watershed, and that would have been set, I assume, in the early days of the remedial action plan, so probably in the 80s when they were laying out the watershed boundary line. And so you're right, the number of properties and the assessment value is included for those properties is included when we figure out what the cost is. So your fees do not, if you wanted to expand and include the rest of your municipality, that would certainly be something we could consider doing. If that was of interest to the municipality, we could then look at the rest of the properties and assessment values and what the cost would be. So the cost is so the way we calculate is we take the full budget that the board approves. We take, like I mentioned, that base rate that every municipality pays, which is about 5.6%. And then the remainder is a portion based on how much the property and assessment formula that figures out how much is in the watershed. So you do pay less. You pay, like I said, approximately 9%, because that's the percent of the core that you are. Like I said, we'd be happy to discuss if you wanted to increase the amount of the township that's in the watershed. We have several, so Township of Severn, Township of Oromadani, and Township of Springwater are all partially within the watershed as well. So they pay for the portion that falls of their municipality that falls within the watershed, and we work in that portion, not throughout. I hope that answers your question.
I think you did. My interest is making sure that we look after the ROI for our residents, and I'm having some issues with the amount of territory that's covered. And I don't expect that you would cover more. I think we should be apportioned a lower amount, but that's just my opinion. Did you want to say something as well? Thank you. And then I have a couple other quick questions. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Cooper. I just wanted to speak a bit further to that, as I am from Springwater, and we cover, it's a similar situation. It's, I don't even think it's half of our municipality. It's just kind of the northern end that the SSEA covers. Within that specific piece, they've done some very good work with respect to issues we've had on our lake with blue-green algae, but even further to that, with work with the Climate Action Plan and other initiatives, the investment actually does, it covers our entire township, even not the piece that is directly involved within the watershed. The benefits are across the entire township, and we definitely can see that as a municipality, that the work that they bring and the expertise from the staff.
Thank you, and that's a good clarification, Councillor Cooper. I'm sorry I didn't mention. I mean, the Sustainable Severn Sound project does cover your entire municipality, not just the piece, and you pay about $12,000 for that project.
Thank you for your answer on that. A couple of other quick questions. I noticed a picture of you and gang with the MECP vessel, which I've never seen on Georgian Bay, but maybe it applies the waters of Georgian Bay, just not north of Beausoleil Island, which is an area of concern for me. Does your organization have a vessel to do water testing, as this is a water-based community, and a lot of your communities are in fact water-based? I noticed on your mapping, for example, that you do testing in Midland Harbor and Penetang Harbor. Can you talk to me about the vessel that you use to be able to do that, and especially any testing that as I understand it, there's no near-shore testing being done. Center of the Bay is interesting, but near-shore is where people get their drinking water. Comment?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Cooper. So that picture, we actually were up this direction. That was several years ago. So if the Ministry of Environment sends that ship or the vessel here, we basically fight in the office to see who gets an opportunity to go out with them. That was actually a late fall sample run, and so they were going up into like South and North Bay as well. Your question around us and a vessel, I have the same answer I had the last time you asked that. We don't have that in our budget, so we own a canoe. And when we're doing open water sampling, so when we're going out, we hire the services of a Coast Guard auxiliary member out of Penetanguishene who has a vessel, a boat large enough for us to do the open water, but also get to some of our closer to near shore sampling sites. So we do have some sampling sites that are closer to water intakes on the Tay side so that we can monitor the water that they're taking into their surface water sites. We do not have a boat of our own. I'm not sure that your municipalities, all 8 of you, would receive it well if I included a boat and long-term maintenance fees and ways to run the boat and the training it would take to have somebody do that. But if that's something that there was a more cost-effective way to do, if one of the municipalities had a boat we could use or had a boat and a captain we could use, that certainly would be helpful to all of our partners.
Thank you for your answer on that. And so, but the answer I think was that there's a vessel that a service or whatever you use from Penetang, which is also very weather dependent because there's a lot of open water between our township and Penetang. Just a couple of other sort of quick questions here. I just want to understand, because I've read this about your organization. Essentially, it was established sort of in the late 90s, 98 or was it, or something like that. And the remediation program went to 2003, at which time it was established that the remediation aspect was completed. And since that time, another 20 years, you're doing other work, but the remediation portion is completed. Can you explain to me why we would be holding an organization open for another 20 years? Thank you.
Through your worship to Councillor Cooper. So we were actually, as an area of concern, we were established earlier than that in the late 80s. The work that went into delisting us as an area of concern. So we were the second to delist, and I think there's only been 3 delisted in Canada to this point. In 2003, we were delisted. In 2009, so 6 years later, your municipalities decided that that the continuing pressure and the fact that you can clean something up, but if you continue to impact it, you're going to need to be able to approach or mitigate those impacts. So we know there's certainly ongoing pressures on the entire watershed. All of us know that, whether it's development pressure, population pressure, tourist pressure. Pressure can be positive but still have impact, and that's why you have an organization. And I assume that's why you, as municipalities, saw the value in creating an organization that would help you look after the long-term water quality and make sure that we didn't get relisted as one of the serious areas of concern.
Your worship.
Mr. Walma.
Thank you, your worship. Through you to Councillor Cooper. Just in a direct answer to your question, why would we do this? We do this because it's not only Georgian Bay Township. This is a partnership, and if something happens in Tiny Township, let's go. I think I used the example in the Midlands deputation that if we started some kind of oil refinery project and it failed and polluted the bay, that would 100% affect Georgian Bay Township. Generally, we're not talking about things as extreme as that within our watershed. We're talking about soil runoff from farms, from parking lots, from that kind of stuff. And it's still, if there's an issue where we're not monitoring our inland streams and we have a spike in phosphorus or some kind of nutrient load anywhere, whether it's in Georgian Bay or Midland or Tay, it directly affects the water quality for all of those partners. So we're beholden to ourselves in this regard. There are years 100% where Georgian Bay Township may not experience the full benefit of the 9% they're contributing, but there are definitely years where they will. The concept of this is that there's no municipal borders in the environment. If we have Phragmites in Tiny Township, 100%, they're going to spread to Penetang and Midland, and eventually Tay, and eventually Georgian Bay Township. So we work together. We fund this organization with the intent of protection for all. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I too was intrigued by that picture of the MWCP vessel. I didn't know they had one. It didn't look like it was being used very much. I hope it is. I was surprised because I didn't know they left their offices. So it's nice to hear they get out occasionally. Not that it has anything to do with this. I share concerns with regards similar to Councillor Cooper's. I was making a quick observation. I was looking at the map of the coverage you have for all the different townships. Do you have any idea how much shoreline is covered by the SSEA by township? It looks like we have probably a significant portion of the shoreline that's involved in the SSEA. But of course, my conflict when I see that is that we've got not just that shoreline that we've got to look after, but all the shoreline up to the archipelago. And that's a significant hunk of shoreline, not to mention the inland lakes and other waterways that are part of our municipality. There's where my conflict comes in, is to try and get the same type of result right across the board for our township. In other words, testing that comes out the same for everybody. I'm making this as an observation. I don't have a question in that regard. My question, though, is because you guys have worked so well over the years with Severn Sound, and I know I've asked this question before, where are you with regards to stormwater runoff resolution for places like Midland, Penetang? I don't know what the situation is at Port McNichol or the smaller communities that are on Severn Sound, but stormwater runoff is an issue in many locales. And I know it has been at Midland and Penetang over the years. Where do you stand on that, or where do they stand on that at this time?
Through your worship, to Councillor Jarvis. So a great question. And I know you do ask it, and I probably answer it the same way every year. So we certainly don't look after their infrastructure, or we can input to, so if there's new development going in, for instance, a lot of them will come to us to have input on water quality based on stormwater, so location or what they're going to be doing with stormwater. So someone on our staff, like Aisha, for instance, our water scientist, will help provide input on that. There are different targets set in open water Severn Sound than other areas, so that you're trying to reach better water quality targets than in a lot of areas. So we certainly help to make sure they understand that in their design and development. That's certainly something that's regulated through the province. So not something we can really impact other than trying to help make sure those municipalities go above and beyond. The other piece I mentioned is that we do know that there are changes to stormwater requirements coming from the province in terms of monitoring receiving water, so making sure you're not impacting the receiving water. And that's why we ran a pilot project this year with some external funding from the province to look at how could our organization help municipalities do that, the monitoring itself, and to look at what the cost would be, for instance, to have us do it, if that was something the municipalities want to do moving forward. So being able to monitor and indicate when there are things that aren't working out very well, or they're having an impact they shouldn't be having, but certainly regulated through the province. So only so much we can do with those pieces. But like I said, I mean, being at the table with them to make sure it's top of mind in their impact, for sure. That's basically how we would input at this point.
With your indulgence further, of course. Just further to that, then, of course, there's also the possible perceived conflict of interest with having communities that are potentially good sources of pollution to the bay. I'll look at Midland and Penetang again as for the stormwater runoff, but they're part of the SSEA. How do you manage I guess, in my mind, that this perception that there could be a conflict of interest with them influencing what you do in and around with regards to what they put out into the Severn Sound area? Or is that something, I guess that's what you worked with when you were originally cleaning up the sound anyway, correct? How did that work?
Thank you through your worship to Councillor Jarvis. So yeah, so I'll use stormwater in particular because I did work with Severn Sound in the early 90s. And at the time when we were working with provincial and federal government on the delisting requirements, there was a stormwater management plan in place at the time that applied to all municipalities within the watershed. I'm not sure where the conflict of interest would come in. So we don't approve anything. We don't deny, other than drinking water source protection, we have no regulatory authority. Our job would be to use the science and the data we have to present the case to a municipality and to help them make the best decision they can when they're seeking their approvals. And, you know, that would come in hand for whether it's stormwater, whether it's sewage treatment plant upgrades, whether it's what they do with, you know, certainly more and more is going to be an issue with any of your municipalities, what to do with septage pump out from private septics, now that certainly more and more sewage plants won't take those. Land application of biosolids, all of the things, we do have recommendations within our work, as well as, you know, being able to speak to where they can help get expertise to deal with those. That's where we would support, but we certainly, I don't see a conflict of interest. We certainly don't in any way have ability to influence the outcomes in terms of their approvals, permits and approvals that they would get from the province to run those plants.
So you're not the enforcement agency, you're the.
We are not.
Yeah. One last question, if that would, green algae obviously is a huge concern anywhere. I come back on this one as well. It's great to have information that shows that there are issues, for instance, with blue-green algae. What's more important from my perspective is to find out what the source of that is, natural or otherwise, and if it's otherwise, getting the information that we can use as a municipality to crack down on the sources of that, so it can be sorted out and taken care of. Is there any way the SSEA can work with providing that type of information? I think it's a DNA type of deal, isn't it? Or not? I don't know.
Thank you through your worship to Councillor Jarvis. So I'm not sure. I would have to look to Asia, but I'm not sure we're getting into algae DNA just yet. But certainly something we could have a side conversation with, maybe, that feels pretty deep to me. But no pun intended. But algae itself, what I'm learning this year, because Asia was running a project for the township of Tiny, looking at an inland lake that's had some pretty severe algae blooms, toxic algae bloom issues, or lake last summer as well had some pretty serious toxic algae bloom issues. And our advice to Springwater was to wait till we were done the causation study that Asia's been heading up in Tiny, to get a better sense there of what we see as potential causes. What I've learned is I thought it was pretty simple. I thought it was nutrient, period, we're done. Apparently it's not. Asia's helping me learn that it's pretty complex. There's a lot of impact from climate change, from temperature changes, from changing seasons that we're dealing with, and more optimized conditions for algae growth itself. But that, again, is certainly something we could look at, particularly, I would assume, and you can throw something at me maybe if I'm totally off base, but at historic data that we have from your municipality, looking at a number of those factors and try to start to make some of those linkages. I think you've also in the past raised that that's sort of the next step, and then the next step is dealing with the action to try to reduce what you discover is probably the most significant impact. And that's, you know, for us, that's one of the reasons we went looking for money to do this shoreline restoration project, Restore the Shore, that we're going to try to start to implement this year. We only have 1 year of funding, so it's going to be pretty limited in terms of where we can do it, but hopefully it'll pilot helping landowners or shoreline owners see value in making some changes there. I think people like Asia, who are experts in this, know historically why there are changes, why algae blooms, but certainly being able to see more site-specific reasons, causation reasons. I also want to mention that we don't do it alone, so we certainly connect with the district staff. The district has some pretty great connections within the community, and some scientists that are more up in the Muskoka district that have expertise in this area. So we certainly all work together to try to figure out both causation and then what actions should be put in place. But I mean, that's certainly what we're here to work with you on.
people, meaning constituents, like to see action. So
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation and material. So I'll start off with, it's obvious from your presentation and from your work that there's a lot of expertise at SSEA. But my first place that I'd like to ask a question on is your financial grid, where you talk about us being 9%. And I thought I heard you say that the numbers are created by taking a base number and then taking an assessment number and then adding it all up. Is that how it's generated?
Through your worship to Councillor Hazelton. So it's a funding formula, right? So we take the full core, not the full budget, the core budget. And then every member pays 5.6% of the core. And then we use a formula that takes into account from the part of you that's in our watershed, the properties and the assessment values, includes that in the formula to then apportion how much of the remainder each of your municipalities pays.
Okay, well, that explains a lot then. Thank you for that. But I went through your grid and I worked it out on a cost per property basis. And then I figured, okay, we're way out of whack. So I did an average of the 3 lowest cost per properties. And then I figured out what our township is on a percentage of the 3 lowest. And we're 200% higher than the 3 lowest townships. And now that you've told me that you've baked in the costs based on our assessment, and that almost all of the properties in our catchment area here are all waterfront properties, we know that the waterfront values are way higher than back lot properties. And if you look at the average property that is not waterfront, it's going to be a fraction or significantly less than the waterfront. So I think if I could offer, we have a real serious issue here on this model, because we are getting stung 200% higher than the average of the 3 lowest for our area. So right off the bat, I think there's a model problem. We're taxed by the tax man, so that's bad enough. But now we're being essentially taxed by an environmental group because we have high taxes. I find that particularly offensive. But anyways, I'm going to skip off of that because we can't solve that today, but those are facts that you have provided. I've just done some calculations to help me better understand the facts. But I would like to ask you more of an organizational question. I think I heard you say to Councillor Jarvis that you don't act in an authoritative manner. It's an information type manner. And so I'll just directly, can you act like a conservation authority with oversight and controls on properties?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Hazelton. No. So we don't exist under the Conservation Authorities Act, so we can't implement anything under the Conservation Authorities Act. And we have, other than source protection and risk management services, where we do have authority to act, we do not have authority in those other areas. I do want to point out, in the early days of creating this organization, that model was looked at, whether or not we should be a conservation authority, and your municipalities decided against that at the time. So again, that's something that could certainly be looked into moving forward. I know the Muskoka district, you've got the Muskoka watershed folks looking at also trying to figure out a model that might work, and that's certainly on the table there as well. Is that one of the opportunities for a model? I do want to just mention, in terms of the funding formula piece, we have tried to update those numbers. So you should also notice there that the information we're using is from 2007. We've been looking to update the numbers. Some of our other municipalities have been asking us to do that. So we have permission from all 7 to be able to use the updated MPAC numbers. We don't have permission from Georgian Bay Township. We have asked in the past, and we have asked through the district, and we have not. So we can't update those unless we have all 8 on board to do that. And I think the board would happily receive a conversation about funding formula. I know some of them also struggle with where they fit in the formula.
I would suggest that if you move to market value assessment numbers, it would be more obscene for our township because you have in all of the other townships far less waterfront properties on a percentage of property to the township basis. And so there has been a shift of assessment value from back lot to waterfront. And given that, if you move forward with any concept of market value assessment numbers, it's going to kill us even further. So instead of being 200% higher than anybody else, we'll be 300% higher. I think the model needs to be looked at, and we're not going to solve that today. I think the model needs to be looked at because I think it's broken because we are. We're not going to look at that today and be 10 minutes worth, 5 minutes worth. Okay.
Your worship, if I may interject.
Okay, so I'm very, very interested in this concept of a conservation authority. And the reason I say that is because in our township, we have no environmental expertise. And every time, and
Councillor Hazelton, I'm sorry.
Mayor,
No,
you
excuse
read
me.
things the wrong way.
I want to interrupt for a moment.
Fine, go ahead.
I do not want to get this down the road of lots of opinions. I want this to be able to ask questions.
I'm making a factual statement. We have no environmental expertise. We have no department with environmental expertise credentials. And so we have to go outside our township anytime we want to talk about, is this environmentally a good thing? And today we go to peer reviews and we've hired a company up in Parry Sound, based in Parry Sound, to do environmental reviews. But where we lack is kind of a tight working relationship with teeth on environmental matters. And that teeth thing is where the Conservation Authority comes in. And so we have known about you and worked with you sort of for many years. But we can't get you to come to our staff or our council and say, this is what you need to do, this is what you must do from an environmental perspective. All you are able to do is come to us and say, well, good idea here, good idea there, but you can't bring us to a point where you can say to our planning department, you're entertaining this particular application and you need to ensure that these constraints, minimum standards, are being met. So what we do is we have the applicant pay for a peer review. So the applicant comes in, the applicant pays for an environmental consultant, then we send that off to a peer review for confirmation, good, bad, or whatever. Rarely do they ever come back saying that's a good environmental review. And so if there was an opportunity for you to find a way to escalate your role into this conservation authority, I think you would be way more valuable to us. Just put the model aside for a second. But we need in our township where environment is number one and we have no teeth in anything we do on the environment unless we have an applicant who pays for an environmental study and that is peer reviewed. And now we have something with teeth.
Your worship.
Yes.
Through you to Councillor Hazelton. Appreciate the comments, and I think I tackle this from, I guess, a tiny perspective, is that a conservation authority is essentially adding another layer of government. The Conservation Act is associated with that. With this model, the teeth, as you refer to them, basically reside with you. You are the teeth. So the report or the request for comment from the SSCA would be received. We would work with your staff on whatever planning application development was in question, and we would provide recommendations, but we would not be telling you what to do. We would say, this is what you should do, and now the onus is on you to enforce that. And that we're basically, the model works because we are your experts. We're your environmental department. The fire chief says that you need to have a hydrant here. You don't have to do it. Same concept. We say you should do this, and now council is the teeth.
Sadly, that model really doesn't work. And the reason why it doesn't work is because we as a township tend to defer to a expert who is telling us what to do and not suggesting us what to do. So for example, in this peer review process, they are quite explicit about where things are deficient in an environmental review. Fish habitat, environmental, wetland, whatever. And they are then our voice on the matter, and we defer completely to what their guidance is. In you and your relationship with us, we don't defer ever to you to be the de facto position. It's basically, well, that's nice. Okay, well, let's move on. And
Yes,
until
let's move on to your next question, please.
We would 100% want to be that organization. You just ask us to.
okay, well then we should talk. I'm going to pause for a second and let somebody else ask questions. I'll come back and ask another one later.
If the chair recognizes you.
If the chair recognizes me.
Had to get that in. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you. And through your worship, just a couple of questions for the Severn Sound organization. Thank you for coming in this morning and your delegation and presentation and for your stewardship of our waterway. Quick observation, the Severn Sound boundaries don't include a lot of the inland areas, but in terms of water testing that you've done in the past and have historical data for, it includes Gloucester Pool. And is that because of the water inlet areas, or is that because of additional projects that you have taken on? And how would that affect the future in terms of requests for water testing in that type of area?
Thank you. Through your worship, to Councillor Petco. We have, those have been external special projects or helping, I believe, helping mentor students who, graduate students who want to do their project work there, and they can use our scientist as an expert to help them do that.
Okay, thank you. And then secondly, I know you're aware we're working with on an RFP for a comprehensive water management program and working with the Muskoka watershed group as well. In other municipalities, do you have situations where you provide water quality data in a standard format so that they can be combined with other people's testing? And how do you work with another organization to standardize your methodology of testing?
Thank you. Through your worship. So we do specific project work in other municipalities. We sample based on methodology that is used provincially. So our staff work with the provincial government experts as well. And so our work is standardized throughout the watershed where we're doing inland lake work. We have been sitting with your staff talking about what your future might look like in your process and with the organizations that are also doing that work. So I think you can standardize based on, the labs you're using and that sort of thing, but you certainly can do that. I would say we do that partially because we are the ones doing the sampling work in the rest of the inland lakes in our watershed. Where we overlap with the Conservation Authority, again, they're probably using the same methodologies that the province has directed generally. I'll use the example of benthic invertebrates. There's a provincial standard that you do those by. So, we use that method. The Conservation Authorities use that method. So those would be comparable.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, and hope to see you on Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Schneier, I see your hand.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I just wanted to clarify that a couple of comments. I noticed that Councillor Hazelton spends a lot of his examples with respect to planning matters. And we use Severn Sound Environmental Association for a significant amount of other matters as well. Most recently, we are doing a greenhouse gas emissions study on all of our municipal buildings, and also we are doing a study with the District of Muskoka with respect to our fleet. And the SSEA has data on our municipalities since 2015 that is highly informative for our consultants and saved a significant amount of time for examination of the where we were to where we are. That year-to-year data collection has been going on years in advance of what the asset management plan suggests that we need to do with respect to greenhouse gas emissions, which I think is why Ms. Cayley is suggesting we may be leaders as a municipality in terms of what we're offering our residents in terms of value and education with respect to what we're doing. The information that has been provided to us for the greenhouse gas study came directly from SSEA, absolutely 100%, so that our consultant could then take that data and provide good content for the 2024 analysis of where we are at now. That will save, in the end, this municipality likely hundreds of thousands of dollars in the long run, because if we had gone through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to be able to do this study, we are then able to apply to that same organization for funding of up to 80%, 20% granted for any retrofit that needs to happen for your climate action commitment to 50% emissions by 2030. This organization is absolutely my go-to for everything related to things outside of the environmental planning matters, which I do not have expertise on, but my master's does allow me to have expertise on greenhouse gas emissions, climate action planning, municipal studies with respect to supporting grant applications that ultimately will be able to help you achieve your goal of 50% in 2030 and 80% by 2050. I would say that we're on target because of this organization, and I just want to let you know that outside of planning matters, this organization is my go-to.
Thank you very much. I mean, I think there can be no doubt that we have found, as we've joined greenhouse gas groups to the north and to our east, that we're way ahead of them, and that is because of what the Sustainable Severn Sound and originally now part of your group, Severn Sound Environmental, have given us that information way ahead of everybody else. So that to me has been an extremely effective partnership. A couple of comments I wanted to make. One is, I think, as you recognized early on in your presentation, one of our real challenges here is I'll call it the political boundaries versus the watershed boundaries, or call them the geographical boundaries. I mean, it's beyond my comprehension what was not being thought about 150 years ago when the municipal boundaries were set, because they make no sense in many cases. We have a nice little community of Port Severn that's in 3 townships. Like, who can explain that? So that's the one observation I want to make, because that is a challenge that we face here at the township, is that and one of the reasons why we're now looking at trying to make our water testing consistent across the township, as opposed to having a handful of different groups doing different parts of it. So I think I'm looking forward to moving ahead with that. I wanted to make a comment, because I'm an accountant, sorry, at least an ex-accountant, on the funding model, and I'm going to compare Georgian Bay to Tiny, the smallest and the largest as far as your budget allocation is concerned. And when I look at Georgian Bay, we have 5.3% of the properties, 5.9% of the assessment, so we're in 5.5 if you average them out, and yet we pay almost 9% of the budget. Tiny has, I think it's 30% of the properties and 29% of the assessment, and they pay just under 22% of the budget. So to me, we're overcharging the smaller community, because if you look at them all, it works. We're overcharging the smaller communities and undercharging the larger communities based on the number of properties, and you would presume therefore based on the amount of services, and it's obviously connected to that 5.625% that is allocated to all municipalities regardless of size. And I personally think that the board should consider revisiting that, the way that is calculated, because I think it is one of the challenges that when we look at this budget. Having said all that, I think that it's very important to recognize the amount of services you provide. And I think from a township perspective, the amount of money that we pay towards you is give or take a salary for one person. In other words, we here would have the ability, if we just took your money, said, see you later, SSEA, and we're going to hire somebody, then the question is, who would we hire? What would their skills be? Could we actually afford somebody highly skilled with what we're paying you? And I would argue no. And could that person do all the service you do? I think that's the question that the township, or one of the, I mean, I'm sorry, it's a numerical or financial measure, but I think based on that, in my mind, we have to consider, are we getting value that more value than we would if we hired an individual here instead. I had another comment, and I'm going, oh yes, I want to go back to a comment that Councillor Hazleton made about how we get peer reviews and all that, and the implication Councillor Hazleton made was the peer reviews we always respect, and what SSEA puts in front of us, we won't. I think that's ridiculous. But I also think we haven't asked SSEA to put things in front of us often enough, and haven't taken advantage of your expertise. And to what degree that's our fault versus your fault, we can debate. But I think there's an opportunity here that we are not taking advantage of enough. Councillor Hazleton, you had a couple more questions? Yes, that is fair assessment.
Okay. So please don't assume that I'm just whining about numbers. We have to sell this to our residents. And when we say to our residents, Severn Sound's doing a bunch of water testing, blah, 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 and here's a $100,000 number. That's a hard sell when we have another organization that's come into our township and done extensive water testing all over the place, and we spent less than or $55,000. And our residents go, what is going on? So I would ask that you give us a very detailed breakdown of what services you provide to the township. And so, Ms. Schneer has said, well, she gets great value. Well, fine. Help us understand what that value is to her, or cost to our township, and therefore value, but also help us understand and break out what this water quality stuff is that you are doing, so that we can have a list that we can then sell to our residents. Because right now, I have a really, really hard time selling $100,000 with a bucket that says water. Well, aren't we doing all water anywhere else? Okay.
Did you read the report?
I did.
Then you probably noticed there's more in there than just
there's
water
more,
testing.
but
okay, please.
Now, the last point that I want to make today, and you're probably saying thank you. He's going to shut up in a minute here. But anyways, every year you come to us, and every year I say, what are you doing to explain the near-shore massive aquatic vegetation growth? And I get crickets. Now, Dr. Pachow Fraser and McMaster University have started a near-shore study of algae growth on various substances, rocks and glass plates and everything else. They're starting to try to figure out what the cause of this massive aquatic vegetation growth is near shore in North Bay, South Bay, Church Bay, and other places up and down the shore. The Georgian Bay Biosphere wrote in their State of the Bay report, maybe not the normal consumer version, but the detailed version, if you downloaded the 85 pages or whatever it was, or 185 pages, and they concluded explicitly that there needs to be far more studies in the near shore waters to understand what's going on. So I will somewhat rhetorically ask again, what can you do to help us in our area where we have way more shoreline than any of the other areas, I think, and we have massive aquatic vegetation growing. Basically, our bays, if we don't figure out what's going on, all our bays, North Bay, South Bay, Church Bay, and others, are going to turn into wetlands. Maybe we are doing something wrong. Maybe we are overdeveloping. Maybe septic systems don't work. These are somewhat rhetorical questions, and I could answer them, but I'm not going to. But I just throw that out there again. This is, for me, to try to champion and support you. You've got to do something on these nearshore waters.
I think you've asked your question.
And I've been cut off yet again, but thank you.
Through your worship to Councillor Hazelton. So I think that would be a question for our water scientist, Aisha, and I suspect that might be where you've asked the question. I don't recall getting the question in the past. And I wouldn't have been, I probably would have been crickets if you'd asked me, because I don't know. I'm not the expert on nearshore habitat and nearshore algae and nearshore aquatics. And that's maybe something another time, and I don't know if you want that now, we could ask Aisha to speak to you, or we could possibly, I know we in the past have come and presented the water quality results we have for you, and have some of those conversations. I think it might also be a great question to help us when we're working with your staff and the district folks and your consultant on what your strategy looks like moving forward, what you really should be spending your money monitoring, and what you should be spending your money on to try to alleviate those concerns. If may I add one more comment,
Yes,
just
you
because
may.
I'm hearing different language being used, and I just want to clarify again, we aren't an outside not-for-profit agency that comes to you begging for money. We are part of your municipality. We are an arm of your municipality. So if there are things you don't like, or services you aren't getting that you want, whether that be review of applications, etc., that's something you should be using us to do, because we belong to you. We are not a separate outside agency. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Paul, you have an additional remark?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, through you. There's been a lot of really good discussion items. Councillor Hazelton on the inshore water quality monitoring and what we're doing about it, and Councillor Jarvis also brought up while I was driving about the stormwater management in Midland. I mean all of us as partners, we need to remember that this is the way that I like to describe it, and I keep using the fire example, and I apologize, Chief, is that you have a fire department, but we're the environmental department. So if you have an item that you think is worth exploring, bring it to the table. Now, we share that environmental department, so as a board, you have to give your board member, and Councillor Bochuk is very vocal at those board meetings with the information that you guys provide them, but if you want to see a stormwater management project, it's not within our existing bailiwick. But it can be. Bring it forward through your board member. We have that discussion. If there's, and I'll give you an example, in Tiny Township, SSEA identified a blue-green algae bloom in Farlane Lake. And you're right. At the end, that's kind of it. So now it's on us as a council to act on that motion. So in Tiny, we gave direction to do a causation study for that blue-green algae, which is above and beyond what we fund as a partnership for this organization to do. So if that's something, Councillor Hazelton, that you have a passion for, I suggest bringing it forward through the board, because one-offs like this, we don't give each other direction. This is an information sharing session. So you need to provide that direction through your board member to our board. So, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. All right, we've been at this for some time, and I'm going to suggest I have a draft motion in front of us, and I'm going to read the last line because it's the important one, and then I'll go through the whole thing. But it's basically, now therefore be it resolved, the council directs staff to research, research impacts to amend or terminate the Joint Municipal Service Board agreement and report back on options. So we're basically asking staff to come back and say, what should we do with our relationship with SSEA? And so I have moved by Councillor Bochuk, seconded by Councillor Predko. Whereas the Township of Georgian Bay is one of 8 municipalities in the Joint Municipal Service Board agreement for the Severn Sound Environmental Association, the SSEA. And whereas the Township of Georgian Bay 2024 contribution to the Severn Sound Environmental Association is $106,042. And whereas the Township of Georgian Bay Resolution C 2023-517 directed staff to provide notice to the Severn Sound Environmental Association to review, amend, negotiate, or terminate participation in a Joint Municipal Services Board agreement. And whereas to withdraw from the Joint Municipal Service Board agreement, written notice is to be provided on or before October 1st to take effect no earlier than December 31st of the following calendar year. Now therefore be it resolved, the council directs staff to research impacts to amend or terminate the Joint Municipal Services Board agreement and report back on options. Councillor Cooper.
Friendly amendment would be that staff be writing a report and consulting with the council of the Township of Georgian Bay on this matter.
Well, as staff prepare the report, I'm sure they will, and
I'd like
obviously
the verbiage. There's no verbiage.
I don't think that, I think it's not necessary because
It
obviously
never
nothing.
happens. Thank you. I think it should.
All those in favor? All right. What words would you like added, and do you have a seconder?
Consult with your Township of Georgian Bay Council when developing, doing the research and developing a response to this request.
I'll have consult with Township Council. Well,
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
I beg your pardon?
Point of order.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Councillor Bocek here. I think this resolution is becoming far too convoluted because we've added all of this nonsense to it. If we're going to add to this current resolution in the way of amendments to have council consult with staff on the matter, I would like that put in a separate resolution so that I can vote on it independently to the good work that's in the first resolution. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bocek, I'm not sure that qualifies quite as a point of order. Once we confirm what the friendly amendment is, then we have to find out whether the mover and the seconder, namely Councillors Bocek and Perko, are agreeable to the friendly amendment. So a friendly amendment has been proposed. I'm trying to determine that friendly amendment, and then we'll see whether the mover and seconder are agreeable to it.
Thank you for your clarification, sir. I didn't know if I should make a point of order or just interrupt, so I tried to do what was polite.
Well, either way, you interrupted, but we're going to carry on regardless.
Seems to be the case today.
Yeah. So we want to add that the staff consult with the council township while preparing their report. Okay.
I know it's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, we're humoring you, and so now I'm going to go to Councillors Bocek and Predko whether they're agreeable to the friendly amendment,
Could you please read the whole motion?
or just the last line.
Or just the last line?
Okay, so where am I going to search it? And consult. Okay, so I have now therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to research impacts and consult with council township to while preparing the report to amend or terminate the Joint Municipal Service Board agreement and report back on options. So, Councillor Bocek, are you agreeable to that friendly amendment?
No, I am not agreeable to the friendly amendment.
All right. So what I'm going to do then is read well, do I have to read the motion again? Yes.
Speak into your mic, please. Nobody can hear you but you.
To the overall motion.
No. I have a motion in front of me.
Yes.
And there was a friendly amendment suggested. The mover and seconder have not agreed to it, and therefore the motion still stands. as
No, you have
written.
to vote on the friendly amendment.
Not if the mover and seconder don't agree to it. So then it's not a friendly, no friendly amendment took place.
Then it's not a friendly amendment. It's a hostile amendment, but it's an amendment. It's a proposed amendment. You can always take amendments on the floor.
Correct.
And you have to vote on the amendment before you can vote on the motion.
No, the mover and seconder have to be in agreement to the amendment. And in this circumstance, they are not, so the original motion stands.
So, check Robert's rules of order.
Well, do you,
Sorry, I can't hear your comments, Councillor Hazelton. Perhaps if you could speak into your microphone, I could hear your comments.
I'm just saying that when you have an amendment, the amendment has to be voted on before you vote on the main motion. And it doesn't really matter who the mover or seconder is of the main resolution. And in this case, they are arbitrarily assigned and not moved and seconded by any particular people. And so we are in a situation where we have an amendment that needs to be dealt with and dismissed before, or agreed on before we can deal with the motion.
Ms. White. Do I have to bring out the procedural bylaws? You know, we could spend hours going through all this, which is in my mind, a pain in the butt. So what I'm going to do is let's have just to move this thing forward. I'm going to have a motion moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Hazelton, that the contemplated motion be amended to include the words and consult with staff to consult with Council Township when preparing their report. So I'm going to ask council to vote on whether they want those words added to the original motion. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. I have 3. So then I'm going to say all those against.
Excuse me, did I not see your hand, Councillor? Or you were just waving it down there?
Well, that's why I'm confirming. All those against. All right, so I count 3. Councillor Graziano, did you vote either way? I'm sorry, I missed it.
No. So the answer is that I'm waiving my right to vote.
Okay,
I'm indifferent.
Therefore, we had, I believe, 3 in favor and 3 against, so it does not carry. So now I'm going to go back to the original motion as written. Would you like it read again, Council? All those in favor of the original motion? Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got at least 5 votes, so that is carried. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Greatly appreciated. And thank you for your patience as we stumbled through getting a motion done. And look forward to seeing all of you again, one way or another. Thank you. You need a bio break, do you? Is that? All right. Let's have a 10-minute coffee break and reconvene at 11:15 or 10:45 if you prefer.
Are we still on break?
I'm not sure if we've started yet, but online here, we can't hear anything.
I can hear you.
Okay, but you can't hear the audience either?
No, I don't hear the audience.
Maybe it's better. I'm so sick of this.
Mayor, can you hear us? Thumbs up if you can hear us, please. Thank you.
Looks like Council Hazelton's talking, but I can't hear him.
Yeah, I don't think we can hear them unless they turn their mics on.
Oh, okay.
Are we back? Okay. We're back, and next on our agenda is the consent agenda.
Sorry.
And so I have it moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that council adopts the consent agenda of March 4th, 2024 as circulated. Council, there are, I think, a dozen items. Councillor Graziano, I see your hand.
Yes, and thank you, Your Worship. There's two that I'd like to pull. Item J, remuneration, and item K, if I can. And I should know that word, so.
All right. Now, do you wish to simply discuss them, or do you have a simple question, or do you want them for full discussion?
So it's a good question. I do have questions with regards to, I would say a simple question for item J and perhaps full discussion for item K.
All right. Well, let's go to item J then, please.
Yeah, so my question with regards to item J is, are we indexed for inflation? And at what rate are we indexed for? And out of curiosity, I did see on a line item that I seem to be earning the most relative to my colleagues here on council. And I'm just curious to know why I was the lucky one chosen to take home more than everybody else.
So the
Madam, are you back to being deputy or acting treasurer? I don't, what
I'm
is your
deputy
title?
treasurer.
Sorry?
Always was deputy
Okay,
treasurer.
Madam, always deputy treasurer, please.
So the information, as far as your wages, Councillor Graziano, is the same with all other councillors. Where you exceeded or were above others is in some line items in either the stipend, because you're on the
Not a district councillor.
not a district counselor, thank you. While some are, so those numbers differ depending on what line you're looking at. And then the training. Also the benefits. So in the benefits line, you have your CPP and your EI. So depending whether you contribute to it or not, and will affect that number. Some members do not contribute to CPP. And sorry, not EI, but EHT, Employer Health Tax.
Right, thank you for clarification. And with regards to indexing, out of curiosity, are we indexed year over year or how does that work?
That is correct. I believe it's based on the CPI, but I would have to bring up that bylaw per se.
Okay, if you believe it, then I'll take your word for it. I wasn't quite sure whether or not that was the case. That concludes my matter for Jay, unless anyone else wants to speak to that.
I do have one question. Under benefits, you have all $28,000. Could you explain that, please?
So that benefit is not broken out per person, only because we get billed as a whole. So that is any health benefits that you receive. And we do not know the individual person's spend. That is kept confidential, so we don't break it out per person.
But to the best of my knowledge, we have a $3,000 allowance per counselor times 7. Wouldn't that be $21,000?
I can speak to that.
Please.
For your worship. So it is $3,000 per year plus carry forward from the previous year.
Okay.
So that would be the adjustment there.
That makes perfect sense. Thank you very much. Any other questions on item J? Councillor Hazelton?
So if I spend more money in benefits, that's going to show up there? So,
Yes, that would show up there.
so do I get a bonus for spending so little?
Unfortunately not. You just get to spend less tax dollars. But it's not individualized, or you're not rewarded with that title, unfortunately. Because we don't want it to be the other way either. If you spend more, we don't want to individualize or pinpoint you as that person.
Just point out the 2 old guys here are the lowest cost.
Which means we can assume what your age is. Okay. And item K, Councillor Graziano, you had a question. Oh, sorry, Councillor Bocek, was that on item J or item J? Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a question on that too. In the formula, there's an amount allotted for travel insurance as well too. And when there's expenses, medical expenses from travel insurance, do they show up as an expense towards the counselor, or is that just part of the all-encompassing? I guess my real question is, do we see any travel expenses per counselor due to medical expenses incurred, or is that not included in this?
Ms. Buchanan.
Sure, through your worship. Sorry, Councillor Bocek, are you referring to the travel coverage?
Yes, I am.
No, so that's part of the $3,000 allotment.
Okay, but say I was traveling and I got in an accident and there was a $100,000 bill that was assessed to me, would that show up in this report, or is that just all part of the insurance portion of it?
I'm not too sure. I'll pass it over to.
You could get back to me at any time on that matter. It's something that I think should be captured.
Normally, payments made by an insurance company do not show up on this because it certainly wouldn't show up on your T4, for instance, because the insurance premium is a cost, but then associated with that.
It's nice having accountants on board here.
Councillor Cooper, did you have an additional comment or question on item J?
Question.
Yes.
I'm just curious, more than anything else, we have under stipend 2 different amounts. I'm just curious, $22.92 and then $600. My neighbor here is $22.92 and I'm $600.
The district councillors get a lower amount because we get stipend from district for our technology. And that was the decision this council made, I don't know, a few years ago. I can't remember when we made that decision, but yeah.
No, I just try to remember what these.
Yeah, so that's the difference on the stipend, is that's the technology reimbursement, if I can call it that, or allowance. And the district councillors get less because they do get funding from the district.
And just.
Sorry?
Is it annual?
Yeah, these are annual stipends.
Holy shit. Could buy a new cell phone every year.
That'd be up to you to how you spend your money. Sorry, Councillor Cooper, Councillor Hazelton interrupted.
I know he's always doing.
He is.
Anyway, just briefly, could you explain the meeting allowance once again? Because is that a travel allowance, or is it partly travel and partly something else? It's a standard fee. That's why I'm a little curious, because the distances are, in the case of Councillor Bocek, 2 kilometers or 1 kilometer. In my case, I don't even want to talk about it, but it's very expensive.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the meeting allowance on this report is based on a meeting allowance that we provide to you on your monthly payment. So it is a set fee, also determined in the bylaw. So that's why everybody is the same. It is not based on mileage.
And it really has no meaning anymore. Once upon a time, we split pay into two categories. 2/3 was the salary and 1/3 was your tax-free allowance. So why we even do this, I think we should question that when the bylaw rolls around again.
I agree. The
Because
bylaw, it's based on the bylaw.
It's basically salary.
Yeah.
The way it's taxed.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not travel related,
No.
so there is no category for travel, or am I missing something?
If you travel through training and development, it would be in that category. So if you attended Roma and submitted a mileage claim, it would be under training and development. There is a little bit of meal expenses based on any expenses that would have happened for council as a whole if we couldn't identify to which individual councillors. But no, we don't really pay mileage on an individual basis for council to attend meetings. So therefore you can see it.
That's something else that we could look at.
Yeah, because that's not, yeah.
Process, because we probably should.
Yeah.
In my view, thank you. Just to deal with the 2 kilometers versus $250 to get here for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. I think we've more than digested item J. Item K, Councillor Graziano, you had a question or a comment on item K.
I did, and thank you. I'm wondering, given that we have the 2023 final costs of $416,235 that's been allocated towards legal expenses, which was an overage of, I believe, $195,734 per the report, whether or not there'd be appetite to bring this discussion or rediscuss or revisit the discussion rather of perhaps looking at hiring an in-house counsel on some kind of co-shared model to COW. Again, I'll defer back to staff, or excuse me, to council today on whether or not we wish to discuss this in COW and look at perhaps some cost efficiencies by having our own in-house counsel rather than outsourcing to the amount that we've done in 2023. I thought that we were looking at trending down in 2023, and it doesn't look like it's trending down. Rather, it's trending up. So, does this make sense to the municipality and to our taxpayers?
Thank you. I think that's an interesting comment. Obviously, something that we're not going to address today, but I think it's. I would suggest that any look at that by staff would have to take into account where some of these expenses were incurred and to what degree they could have been, let me call it, lessened by having in-house counsel. Something that we may want to consider in the future. Councillor Hazelton.
We've taken a huge jump. Thought I was on.
It's that twitchy thumb.
The biggest chunk of the increase is the Oak Bay. And so I think that mostly explains the increase, but I think there's value in revisiting it as well.
All right. Councillor Bochek.
Just a quick question, since this was pulled, and I don't know who can answer this, but do we have the ability to use a municipal solicitor that we have sitting at district on some of these things? I mean, we have shared resources in a lot of things, but I don't know if legal is one of them, and we could get some cost savings there.
Clerk Way.
We did approach district about this last term, and after about 2 years of unsuccessful negotiations between the township and the district, that project didn't come to fruition.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councillor Graziano.
Yes, thank you. And just one final question. So is this a matter of a councillor bringing forward a motion requesting staff look into this and provide a report, or can we just accept the fact that staff may endeavor to bring back a report on this very question at a later time? What's required here?
CEO Mariotti, please.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. As Councillor Hazelton has pointed out, the overage really is, the bulk of it is litigation at the OLT. And so for something like that, it's quite specific, skill set. I believe that legal counsel at the district even hires outside legal counsel to attend these kinds of events. So I still believe that on a day-to-day basis, it is less cost-effective for us to hire inside legal counsel because there are events that occur from time to time. It could be environmental, it could be human resource that internal legal counsel doesn't have that specific expertise on.
All right, thank you. Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Cooper.
Just as a follow-up to the comments from Councillor Hazelton and your reply, Greg, would it be desirable for us to revisit what we have budgeted for legal fees for 2024 in light of what's going on regarding the OLT today for us and going down the road?
CEO Mariotti.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Really, it doesn't, it only takes one event, right? It takes one event, it takes one council decision, one avenue that we take that would either make us be below budget or be way above budget. So my recommendation would be to leave things as they are and see where we're at the end of the year.
It's like trying to forecast winter weather in your annual budget, how much snow clearing, and maybe this year snow clearing can help cover legal. Who knows?
You got to bring in a weather forecaster to do our legal budget. Okay.
Yep, exactly. Councillor Cooper, please. With your microphone. Okay.
Thank you. Be very brief. Just a little bit with respect to legal counsel and specializations. I think we need to remember, if we think about the doctors we use, we have a general practitioner doctor, and then we have brain surgeons. You don't ask your GP to do brain surgery. And this is an example of where we have to go to somebody that's a specialist to look after us. So that's my little medical analogy. Thank you.
Of which you've had a little too much experience recently. Yes. Okay, any other comments? All right, so I'm going to go back to the original motion moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the council adopts the consent agenda of March 4th, 2024 as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And thank you very much. I think some good discussion as we got through that. Madam Clerk, any open forum items? Then we're going to go to communication from Mayor and Council. And I'm going to do something a little different. I'm going to start with the outer towners, and then I'm going to go to the ones in the room here. So I'm going to start with Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Bocek, and then we're going to come into the room. Councillor Graziano, please.
Age always first, huh? Thank you. It's been a relatively quiet month for February. My monthly meeting associations, conducted them virtually, as most of my constituents are enjoying the sunny weather, in which I hope to be as well in a couple of days. I did attend the Georgian Bay Township Post-Council event in last month's council, whereby we were able to all collaborate and come together collectively as one group. And that really concludes. However, there's two additional comments I'd like to make. One, I'd like to congratulate Rusty Wyatt, who's a native 6 Mile Lake resident, for winning his first powerboat Formula One in Indonesia. We will be hearing likely some discussions in future about fast boats, and I want to remind everyone that Rusty Wyatt was and is one of the fast boats on 6 Mile Lake. So it may be an inconvenience temporarily for some cottagers, but there is a great culture on our lake on fast boats, and Rusty is a great example of that. And I also want to take a moment to thank the MacTier Community Development Association for all of their contributions. I saw their letter in the CIP, and I wanted to take a moment to thank them. So that concludes mine. Thank you. Over to everyone else.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bocek, please.
Well, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll keep it fairly short, but I did attend the Roma conference with many of our councillors in Toronto and took part in some delegations. And I think it was a very successful conference and a few days away. outside of my regular council at district, and I sit on 2 committees at district. There's a lot that happened there this month, but nothing really came to a point where I need to bring it to our council. The thing I did want to talk about today was our sustainability committee that we've formed in this township here, and the important work that they're doing. And I am a member of this committee. And I wanted to thank our sustainability, I think she's called our sustainability officer, Jennifer Schneier, for the great work she's done on working towards greenhouse gas emissions and getting them under control by the target dates. And I've seen a lot of progress in this committee at our committee meetings without a lot of just rambling on and getting nowhere. It was very direct, it was very succinct, and it was chaired well. And we really made some great ground. So hats off to the committee and to the committee chairs. It's fantastic. Unfortunately, I was the committee chair this year, or this term, this meeting, because our chair was away in Florida, as most of us are away on vacation. Thanks very much.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to, in the room, I'm going to start with Councillor Cooper and move along that way to Councillor Predko before I add my remarks. So Councillor Cooper, please.
Yes, thank you. And before I start my comments, I'm going to offer Councillor Graziano a shipment of cigarette boats from Georgian Bay over to his area so that he can enjoy the speed and we can ignore the noise. So with that in mind, I'll talk a little bit about what's, I'm of course joking, but my month has continued to be a little bit challenging and trying to attend a lot of meetings, most of the meetings in person that I possibly can. I am having treatments that require me to be treated every day for 3 hours, so it's very difficult for me, and more than 3 hours of travel, to attend everything. And in order to sort of meet my treatment schedule, I'm going to probably have to do more Zooming and less in person, doing this, as I said, as much as I can. There's a number of things going on both at the district and at the township. Some real challenges. I already talked last month about the education center and some of the issues that we've run into and misunderstandings, etc. Continuing down that road, thankfully, we have a lot of people in our communities who are very interested in making sure that we do get the education center. So that works in our favor, especially with people that are not only willing to help out pro bono, but frankly contribute financially as well. So thank God for that. And there you go. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hazelton, please.
I'll start off today with my library update. And I'll start off with the summer student recruitment has started. Please feel free to spread the word if you know of any local students. The library is looking for 2 summer students, one to work out of our Honey Harbor branch and one to work out of the MacTier branch. We'll be hosting a variety of March break programs next week, including a special CD Saturday event in a partnership with the Georgian Bay Biosphere, and we'll be launching nature backpacks. And again, the Georgian Bay Public Library was a recipient of a diversity and inclusion book grant on behalf of the Ontario Provincial Police Central Region Inclusion Council in partnership with the North Simcoe Rotary Club. A total of 28 books were donated and added to our collection. And moving on to me. So this has been an interesting last month. I attended the Community and Policing and Safety meeting via Zoom earlier in the month, just after the last meeting. Attended the GBA Floating Homes meeting. I got to enjoy the only winter weekend at the cottage, thanks to Glenn Funston and his Air Uber ice scoot service. I had 2 calls with MECP to discuss options for waste management. I had a call with Azimuth Consulting, Environmental Consulting, regarding the ECA that was created for a waste transfer bin site at Bracebridge, and I have provided council an update on those calls. And as usual, many calls and emails from residents, and in the world of, do you want a job? It appears that marinas are looking for people, and Nautilus has certainly circulated their notice to their customers. So there are opportunities if you have kids that would like to have a summer job. There are opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jarvis, now that you can't give the library report, do you have anything else to say?
Yeah, a few other things. Yeah, I too attended the community policing seminar put on by the by Penetang, town of Penetang, and I walked away with my brain spinning on that one. That presentation went very quickly, and there was a lot of information. I think the nuts and bolts of it, as we may be aware, is that I think at the end of this meeting we have our mayor now attending 2 community policing groups, which I think is really, really awkward, to say the least. I think it's really unfortunate that we have 2 policing organizations for our municipality. I think something's got to be done about that. Other than that, it was Committee of Adjustment was the other one I attended. We had a very full slate, and some very interesting new things, I'll put it that way, came through as part of some of the applications we saw, and things I think we do definitely have to look at seriously with regards to development in the shoreline area of the Georgian Bay. But that's for the discussion down the road, and I've already talked to our Director of Planning once about it, but we got more work to do there. That's it.
Thank you very much. Excuse me, Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. It seems like we were just here last week, but I realized it wasn't quite that. Actually, it was last week. Last week, or actually this week, I kind of listened in on a webinar from the Georgian Bay Biosphere on EV vehicles and how they are impacting our community. And they had some pretty interesting presentations on fleet management and emergency services and how those are affected by vehicles with batteries that are on fire. I know staff attended that meeting, so I'm sure that the learnings will be incorporated into operations where appropriate. Just like Councillor Bocek, I'm also on this sustainability committee, and actually I found last week's meeting very interesting. We talked an awful lot about our primarily talking about this building here and what would be necessary to decrease the greenhouse gases to either 50% or 80%. I'm looking forward to their report on the McTier Arena as well as the Baxter Community Center, because our operating costs, as we all know, are extremely high in those facilities. And if we are looking to improve our greenhouse gas emissions, we're also going to be improving the overall efficiency and hopefully decreasing operational costs. So I'm really looking forward to seeing whether or not we have some savings that we may see, although we need to be prepared for what the cost of the infrastructure upgrades are going to be. Last weekend, the 25th, 7th of February, we celebrated Mrs. Cruikshank's 90th birthday in McTier at the Lions Club. I was honored to be able to present a plaque to her from the township, honoring the milestone. And I did note that to her that her namesake park is still owed an official opening ceremony that we will hopefully have in the summertime this year. So just making sure everybody's listening today. And last week, our meeting for waste management, we had a lot of good dialogue and ideas. And I know we still have some research and costing to figure out for some better, more sustainable solutions for our residents across the township. And that's about it.
Thank you very much. My report starts with a rather unusual item in that Valentine's Day, the day after our last round of council meetings, I was off to Ottawa, where I met with the federal minister of transportation, Pablo Rodriguez. Or I think I'm supposed to say the Honorable Pablo Rodriguez, and I found that to be a very good meeting. I'm optimistic that they will be following up on that with some seriousness, because I think he was quite impressed with the need to have more cooperation between the different levels of government on who can enforce what when it comes to vessels generally, not just floating accommodations, but vessels overall. So I found it a very good meeting. He appointed a couple of people to work on the file, people who are new to the file, which I also think is a positive. And so I'm looking forward to that. And interestingly enough, just last week, Friday, had a meeting with the MNRF on this file, and a working group is being formed that includes federal and provincial and municipal individuals to look at all our rules and regulations and try to determine where we can best, how we best can work together and get, I'll call it clarification, which will involve making changes to some of those, and I'm looking forward to that. You know, also, you know, one of the things I presented to the federal minister was the fact that the OPP have their hands tied in some of the enforcement because any authority that they have over vessels are delegated to them from the federal Transport Canada, and that, you know, there should be probably an expansion of those authorities. So overall, I thought it was very good. So I'm very pleased to say that I believe that the floating accommodations file is moving forward on many desks at many levels, which I see as a positive, because I think we need clarification on what can and can't happen with floating accommodations in the future. On the 24th, I was up in Gravenhurst for the coldest night of the year fundraiser, and it was amazing the amount of people, the amount of money raised, given the relatively small community. Quite an interesting event. You know, met some people. Went for a 5-kilometer walk, and it was one of the colder nights of this year, which isn't saying that much given the nature of the year, but it was actually one of the colder nights that we did that. And on the 27th, the Indigenous Leadership Table met again, and this time it was at Muskoka Lakes, and I always find those tables very interesting, and it's great to get the different community together. I also, well, that's not unique to me because the whole council attended the waste management discussion that we had here last week. I think it was Wednesday, and I feel that we've moved that file forward, and I'm looking forward to further discussion on that work. And on the 29th, as was already made reference to, the zero emission vehicle workshop, and I found that very interesting information. Especially when it came to, I'll call it emergency situations. And the one fellow was speaking to the challenges and the opportunities with regards to emergency circumstances with electric vehicles. And I think that's all I'm going to say for now. And I understand, C.O. Mariotti, you want to postpone your report until tomorrow. I don't think that should be an issue with any of us. We'll just have to hang tight for another day to hear what you have to say about your past month and what's moving on, but we'll do that. And so that means we're ready to move into staff reports. And no mo may, Mr. Sokash.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is an initiative that I thought I would bring to council to consider. Many communities are participating in No Mo May to promote pollinators. Doing a bit more research on this, it's also supported adding other areas or other timelines for the not mowing. So I've provided some options to council. While part of it is to support pollinators in that location, a good part of it is also to help make the populace aware of the importance of pollinators and what they can do, and as well to educate them. So if we were to proceed with any one of the many forms of this that are proposed, there would be a signage as well as a social media education program. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? So I'll ask a question or two. Oh, hands are going up on various formats. So I'm going to go count Graziano, Bocek, and Jarvis, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support this fully and further support the extended suggestion as well. With one caveat, there is one park that I do know if we can maintain some manicuring, that would be fantastic, and that's at the end of Lone Pine. So, but aside from that, I totally agree. If we can do this and maintain as much for the pollinators as possible, both prior to our season and perhaps in the fall as well, giving them as much of a chance to thrive, I think that's a great cause. Thank you.
Mr. Sokash.
If I can ask for a clarification, is that Port Severn Park that you're referring to, Councillor Graziano, through the mayor?
No, that is on the north end of Lone Pine at the right at the split. We've talked about this before, Mr. Sokash.
Yeah, I was geographically challenged.
Heather's Bay.
Heather's Bay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Bocek, followed by Councillor Jarvis, please.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. After reading the report, I wanted to be clear that the non-cutting or the non-mowing of municipal properties is for the month of May. We had this program a few years ago and things got looking a little ratty and everybody started to complain about how everything didn't look well kept. So this is just for the month of May to allow the pollinators to do their business. And is there any thought of if we have a real wet, rainy March, April, and May, are we going to have issues getting this under control come the beginning of June? Brad, you know what I'm talking about, so I'll let you elaborate on it.
Mr. Sokash, please.
Through the mayor, since writing this report, I've learned a little bit more, and one of the suggestions I've seen that I think would help address a lot of the aesthetic complaints that we had was cutting the grass at quite a high level once a month. So leave it at 8 inches or 12 inches as high as we can within reason. In the report, I have different options. It can be just May, it can be some additional months. I would suggest that we do more maintenance through, I believe it was June, July, and August, just for some of the tourist reasons, and the pollinators aren't as active then, but then come the fall, cut back or significantly reduce our mowing at least.
Yeah, thanks for that, Brad. And I think that's a good plan. Our cottagers, our tourists, and the majority of our population show up for those June, July, and August months. Our permanent population here, year round, I think would be in favor of letting things grow up and let the pollinators work away. So I congratulate you on the thought put into this, and I look forward to seeing how it rolls out. And perhaps if it's successful next year, we can continue or modify it so that we can continue it. So good work, Brad.
Thank you. Councillor Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, just caution everybody. I mentioned this to Brad earlier, and the science is still out on whether no-mow May is really beneficial to pollinators. And I think we'll benefit, obviously in the long term, from what the science says. I have no problem with going ahead with this. As a matter of fact, I think we should probably look at option 2 that's been provided to us and look at other months as well in some form or other for direction to Brad. But everybody keep an eye on things, because I know that people in large urban centers started complaining about other people's lawns. I'm a big fan of no mow May because then I don't have to mow my lawn. And there might be some financial benefit, but there is, as I said, a lot of discussion around whether it's beneficial or not. And obviously, while the discussion is going on, I see no problem with us continuing with this process, but we have to keep an eye on what the results are from science on this.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. I really just wanted to make sure we clarify that there has to be a social media campaign to go along with this so that residents don't interpret this as being cutbacks to the service to the parks across the township. And, you know, maybe there's even other opportunities to tie it into the Honeybee Festival or other pollinating activities that can be done by residents.
Through the mayor, I have briefly discussed this with Ms. Schneier. She's the one who's really good with campaigns and educational things and stuff like that. And if whatever option we do proceed with, she will definitely be involved. If council was to opt for the extended option in the report, it's likely I will be coming back sometime in the summer asking for some money to buy some wildflower seeds. They're super expensive and they exceed what I can purchase. So, or what I have budgeted, but if council is looking at going this way in the long term, I think that would be a great approach and something I'd bring back in July or August.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. We went down this road, I thought a year or two ago. I mean, at one point we stopped cutting, and then we had the complaints on a couple of sites. So we weren't doing a no mow May last year?
Through the mayor, that's correct. 2 or 3 years ago, we selected 4 sites and stopped cutting totally due to concerns from the public. We went back to cutting most of them. In this case, I believe we have a better education campaign. Again, the signage, which we had in the past, but also cutting it monthly or every 6 weeks so it doesn't look messy. And then ultimately planting quite a few wildflowers and maintaining them. I think this would have a better chance of success.
Yeah, I'd personally be all in favor of wildflowers and the like. The second question is, you're suggesting among the other months, that March and April, that we extend to March and April. And I'm curious how much cutting you've been doing in March and April in the past.
Depends on the weather, your worship. I know we're getting the mowers, or we have a plan to get the mowers ready shortly because things are so warm.
Yeah.
And we do get, especially in a couple areas, calls about it early in the year.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure I had another question and it'll come back to me, or maybe it won't. But I'm going to make the comment. I think education is a key component of this. And I think it's also important that we regardless of what science Councillor Jarvis may be referring to, I think it's still fairly well known that having manicured lawns is not the best way to treat our environment or our world. And I think that the more we can get away from that, including manicured lawns at our residence, that they don't do the same thing as a more wilder landscape. So I think that's very important. Chief Undum, you wanted to add a comment, or please?
I just wanted to, through you, your worship, I just wanted to make a comment about then if it's council's direction to start to move for this more than the month of May, we may need to look at our property standards bylaw and amend it then as well.
I think that's makes a lot of sense. So, council, as you know, 3 options were offered by Mr. Sokash's report. One was to participate in No Mow May. Number 2 was participate in No Mow May and expand the effort on township properties to other months. And 3 was do nothing. I know if it was up to me, I would go to option 2, which is expand. Council, any comments on whether you want me to read a motion including expand, or just stick to the No Mow May before I read it? Councillor Bochek.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd be in favor of the No Mow May to begin with. A lot of times at council, we make decisions that are quite rash and the public is taken by storm. and there's a lot of backlash from it. And I think a soft approach to this, while I agree with the mayor, and I know we have 265 acres of wildflowers and bush in my backyard, and I support it 100%. I think a soft approach to this is good. And then as we educate, we can move forward and start to expand the program. But I'd like a little bit of just a soft approach in May, I think would work better for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, I agree actually with Councillor Bocek. I think that we need to, especially if we had issues when we did this in the past with perceptions from residents, to start with a 1 month, and if it's successful, we can ask Mr. Sokach to come back later in the summer with a proposal for expanding the program.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
I think given that we're talking not about expanding in terms of changing the dates, but rather other locations, I believe is what you're suggesting, aren't you, Mayor?
No, the expansion that per the report was expanding the dates.
Oh, not other locations.
Yeah.
Aha. So in that case, I support what is being suggested by Councillor Bocek. I could see taking on other locations this year and then moving on to maybe changing the dates next year. I think it's going to be very hard to change the dates. That's just sort of my read on it. But
okay.
Thank you.
Given what I'm hearing, I'm just going to read the motion. No, you're not a councillor. Director Sokach.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think if I understand, it sounds like we're going to go for 1 month in May and see how it goes. Might I suggest that the resolution also include that I bring this matter back in August with respect to the fall mowing schedule?
And that sorry, in August for the 2025 schedule. Is that what you're suggesting, Mr. Sokach?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And this is brought back to council in August for the 2025 schedule. All right. So the motion, councillors, moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis, be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay participate in No Mow May on township properties, and that the Sustainability Department prepare communication and educational materials to encourage property owners to participate, and that this be brought back to council in August for the 2025 schedule. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I think I saw, yes, I see a unanimous support. Thank you very much. Dog park cost estimates, Mr. Sokach.
Thank you, Your Worship. This has been sitting on our plate for a while. We were asked to bring back an estimate for the construction of a dog park. So for budgetary purposes, we contacted a fencing contractor, received a quote for installing fencing as well as an entrance. It's a small squared secured entrance so you can walk in with your dog, let it off the leash, open the second gate and let it free, and then the reverse when you come out. The quote we received is about $20,000, and I believe we are looking for $25,000 for the first one in Baxter Ward. We are also suggesting that the two other sites be deferred because of the cost until 2025 for consideration during the budget. In the interim, I am talking to our development charges consultant to see if we can get some or all of this funded through development charges. But in the interim, if we can pass the resolution, if council wants to proceed using reserves, and if we are able to use the development charges, then obviously we'll do that. Is that confusing enough, Your Worship?
I think I followed it, and fortunately, because I've read the report, I have a pretty good idea where you're suggesting we head. And now we're going to see what council thinks. And with that, we're going to start with Councillor Graziano, followed by Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, Worship, and a long time coming, I think, for our residents, especially our full-time residents who appreciate their pooches. Two things on this. One, my thoughts are that we do this all now, and for two reasons. One, hopefully we can receive some form of economies of scale by way of hiring a contractor to do all the sites that we're looking at. Two, that come this spring, suffice it that, of course, we can get them to break ground by spring. Our residents are enjoying the dog parks for the spring thaw, and see that we are actively working towards making their communities better. Three, it allows our communities to foster a sense of community and a culture of community through social gatherings at these parks. I know taking mine or having taken mine in the past to these types of parks, you really do meet a lot of people and you really do have some interesting conversations, and it just brings the whole community up. There is one thing I would like to see, and this is a question to Brad. Brad, I think the last time we discussed this briefly, I'd mentioned this. I believe Ms. Schneier and I had a conversation, albeit briefly, on camera, with regards to also fencing in or finding some kind of solution to fence in the playground at Baxter as well, just so unintended children who are playing at the playground don't find themselves in either the swale there or on the road. So wondering whether or not we can also look at getting some kind of fencing while the construction crew is there. But aside from that, I'm strongly for doing this all in one shot and pulling it from reserves. Thank you.
Mr. Stokash, though, I'm going to a little bit concerned about unintended children. Okay.
Not meant literally unintended, rather as parents are talking and perhaps the children are playing. We just want to make sure there's a barrier.
Okay. Director Stokash.
Through the mayor, we did do a quick extrapolation of the cost, and I believe it was $12,000 to $15,000 to fence that area. Depending on how much fencing we put, if it's gated, which I presume is what council is looking for. So it would be on the order of $15,000 to square it in and put up a gate.
All right, thank you. Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, a couple of questions to Director Sokach. Great idea, great program, but comes with dogs is poop. And I'm wondering if you have budgeted for staff time, because obviously this facility is going to be needed to be upkept daily, or I'm not sure how often you upkeep a park, but there has to be an amount for staff to address. And also comes dogs biting people, and what kind of liability are we being put into since we've provided this venue, and the actions that happen within it may be our responsibility. So a couple of things there. Have we done our due diligence on knowing what our responsibilities are going forward, and have we budgeted for those accordingly? Because I think in the report I read, mostly the budget was for the material to build the compound. So if you could just enlighten me on a few of those things. Thank you.
Director Sokash, please.
Through the mayor, we anticipate the heaviest use is going to be in this summer seasons once the weather is out, weather improves. And we do have 2 additional students that will be working with us through the summer. So garbages are part of their responsibilities and maintaining the dog park with respect to picking up after dogs if their owners haven't done it. That would be part of their responsibilities. And since we do garbages every day, it's not a significant amount of additional time. The other question was liability. We did briefly raise this with our insurance a while ago, and they didn't express any concerns with this other than listing it as an asset on our inventory sheet.
Well, thank you, and that's all great news. And I'm going to support both of Councillor Graziano's suggestions, which is that we move to do all three of these as quickly as possible, and that we consider the fence around the playground area. It's not only to keep kids in, but we all know that in Port Severn, there is a lot of stray dogs, foxes and coyotes and everything else. So to have the kids protected is not a bad idea at all. So I support Councillor Graziano on those initiatives as well.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for this report. Just to give a little bit of context, I am a dog owner and walk a dog every day when I'm not in these meetings. Off leash in regional forests in my area, which is wonderful. Not in a dog park. I don't go to the dog park. There is one in Aurora. It's a big community. It does have one dog park. But that's where you may run into more aggressive dogs. So off leash in the country is the way to go as far as I'm concerned. But more to the point of our township and whether we should have these or not, I have to say that a couple of things. We've given an expectation, or we've actually provided our constituents with a rather large increase in taxes this year. And so we need to think about the return on investment for our ratepayers. And the first thing on our hit parade, and I think our ratepayers' hit parade, is the environment. And I don't see where this is going in terms of an improvement to our environment. It may be nice for dog owners, and that's lovely. But we have to focus on things like water quality. We have to focus on things like solid waste, and we've got a lot of big bullets to bite and chew off in the next few months. So that's where I have trouble. And we do have trails within this, within our township of Georgian Bay area, skidoo trails, walking trails, other trails that dogs can go on. And whether that's, I don't believe that's, what shall I say, supervised in any way in terms of trying to keep dogs away from those trails, but those trails are there. And no cost associated with it. You may have to get in your car, but I'm saying I can't support this because it's $20,000, and then it would be another 20 and another 20 and another 20. So we could be up to $100,000, and we can't afford to do some of our water quality testing. This is flies in the face of looking after the environment. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through your worship. Thank you. My question will be directed to, I think, the CAAO initially. What I'm curious about in terms of being able to use funds from reserves and the development charges, my support on this, I would share the concern that this is a lot of money unbudgeted that is before us today, and we've made sacrifices in other areas earlier this year in the budget process, and I'm not sure if this came up in January where we would have sat on it as a council. But in terms of specific reserves that may be available for us to use that would not be our general reserve, could you comment on the development charges or any other reserve that might be appropriate for this?
CEO Mariotti.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not the financial expert, so I don't know exactly which pot of which pot we can pull from. I believe Mr. Sokash has had discussions with the consultant who's doing our development charges update, and they suggest that pulling from that pot is an option. But when you're talking about pulling $60,000, whether it's from one pot or another, it's pulling out of our piggy bank.
Yeah. I'm relatively torn on this. I think there's a lot of community benefit. I think as Councillors Graziano and Bocek have mentioned, I think we do have opportunities to bring people into our community the park at Baxter Lake is, or Baxter Ward Community Center is pretty close to the Highway 400. People going for a drive through our community may stop in and spend time in our community so they can walk with their dog and take advantage of some of our amenities. Same thing in MacTier. People might be coming in from Port Carling and other areas, spend their dollars in MacTier at the grocery store and home hardware and the art gallery and the pharmacy. So it's not probably enough to pay off $60,000. My preference would be to look at a pilot project on this rather than all three at the same time, even though I would, if we had the money, I would put my money on all three. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm in that mixed category as well myself, I'm afraid. My experience with dog parks are, and it's probably not a fair comment, but are that they tend to have the bigger, wilder dogs, and with the less attentive owners. And therefore, I know quite a few people, myself included, who don't take our dogs to the dog park because they're too small or too threatened, or they're the occasional dog. So it all depends on the dog owners, the dog users, and I don't want to paint a black brush over, because the great majority of dog owners are very responsible people. But I do have a little bit of that concern about it. You know, I think that if we were to consider a dog park or three, we should do a couple things, not the least of which is have signage that says, A, owner is responsible for their dog at all times, and B, they should be cleaning up after their dog. I think the idea of having a township staff go in and walk these parks picking up dog poop is inappropriate. I think the owner should be doing that, frankly. And if they don't want to do that, send them out into the woods somewhere, walking the trails. And by the way, clean up your poop if it's on the trail. And okay, so those are my comments. I mean, yeah, I don't, quite frankly, I'm not concerned whether it comes out of Reserve A, Reserve B, or Reserve C. It's still, as if I can quote our CEO, it's still coming out of our piggy bank. And so I think we have to determine whether we think this is a good investment for our communities. And I think it may be, and therefore I find myself, because I'm this middle of the road guy, that I'm keen, if we're going to go ahead, I like the idea of doing one and seeing how well it works. And I know that we've had requests a few times in the past to put a dog park in near the Baxter Ward Community Center. And so to me, having that as a pilot makes a lot of sense. And I'm fully aware that people like dog parks elsewhere, and I think we should be considering them. But to me, if we're going to do this, I think we should do one at a time. That's my personal preference. With that, we'll go round two. In round two, Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you. I want to remind council that within the first sitting of our council meeting, we passed an $854,000 out of budget expense. That was over two expenses. One was for maintenance equipment and the replacement of maintenance equipment under Mr. Sokash's team in operations, and then a $4,000 facilitator cost that was unbudgeted for someone to sit there and listen to us discuss our waste issues. And so I'm a little perplexed at the fact that we would not see value in reinvesting into our communities. And that's essentially what this is all about, is allowing the opportunity for our communities to find a central place for them to come together, especially those with dogs, and have a way in which to not only allow their animals to exercise, but also a way in which to communicate and, discuss issues within the community. There's some concerns with regards to dog droppings, and from what I've come to know, at least for myself and my experience, is that the dog community is very, very much aware of where their animals go. and pick up after themselves, especially in a very small fenced-in area. That could be a disaster, a recipe for disaster if they don't endeavor to pick up after themselves. There were some comments with regards to hunting, or excuse me, with regards to trails, and I would remind us that we are a rural area with hunters. And geez, I would not want to be walking through the bush in summertime while deer season's on with my dog without the proper attire, and my dog having the proper attire as well. So I would say from a safety standpoint, I really don't think that that's, practical. I would also go on to say, what does it say to future development? We have an opportunity to develop. There's some interest in our communities to develop within specific developmental corridors. And by having these facilities there, it's going to allow not only a certain area, rather the collective area, to come together and meet each other and interact with each other and have an opportunity to discuss the township and what's for dinner and so on, and some recipes and so on. So at the end of the day, the cost of $60,000 is a no-brainer to me. It's an insignificant amount relative to some of the stuff that we've passed in the previous sitting. And it really shows our community that we care. We care about them. We care about their ability to come together, and we really want to foster a sense of community. So again, I'm going to remind and hope that we send a message to our communities today by passing all three, and really showing the rest of the community that we're serious about upgrading our facilities, our assets, as well as giving them an opportunity to converge and enjoy what we've offered them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, I just have a question for our head of emergency services and bylaw enforcement. Just in terms of any anecdotal feedback on the instances of dogs running off leash in our township, and is it prevalent, or is it something that is township based or trail based? And are they aggressive, or is this been a problem for us?
Hi, through your chair to Councillor Predko, we do have issues with that large dogs. Usually it's in neighborhoods. It's usually people let them out the back door and aren't paying attention, that they are kind of roaming around. It's not very often that I know of my knowledge that I've received calls off trails, or unless someone's lost the dog, like something scared it and it's taken off. Just food for thought while we're talking about this, like it would need an animal control bylaw edit, because we don't allow off-leash dogs. So we'd have to have a SEC be licensed if they're in there, whether it's with us or with their home municipality, so that we can prove that the dogs are vaccinated when they're entering. I think there'd be a lot of signage that I could definitely assist with Brad to make sure those areas are covered. But there are concerns, like Councillor Cooper has mentioned, about dogs and dog parks. Like, that does happen in other municipalities and it can be an issue, but there hasn't been a huge issue, I don't believe, in Baxter Ward that I'm aware of at this time anyway. Usually it's more in the neighborhoods that someone's just not being a great dog owner and not caring for their dog. So, but it will take a bylaw amendment for sure to allow this if this is passed today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, a couple of questions. And maybe Corinne can answer the first one. We do have a dog licensing bylaw, do we not?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
And do we collect funds for licensing dogs?
Yes, yeah, we have a lifetime dog license now, so it's $50 per dog for the lifetime of the dog. That was changed a couple years ago. So
if people are paying for dog licenses, maybe they'd like to see some return on their investment. I see a dog park is a good idea that way. Brad, did you suggest that the funds for the dog park development would be coming from development funds?
Through the mayor, I've spoken to I've asked the consultant that's doing our DC study whether we can use them. They haven't gotten back to me yet.
Yeah, that would seem like a logical use for development funds. I would think they would qualify, but okay, remains to be seen. But it'd be nice to see that was something that could be done in that regard. So
through the mayor, development charge rules are tricky.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how creative they can be, perhaps. One other point maybe I could make is some other dog parks I've been to. I do have a dog. I do go to dog parks with them, and the one I go to especially, it actually has two sections, so it would be double the size what we're proposing. But There's one section for dogs under 20 pounds, whatever that is in kilos, and another section for dogs above that, as well as the little ones if they want to bring them in. I've never had a problem with aggressive dogs, perhaps because of that, because all the dogs are the same size, but just some food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Councillor Bocek, please.
Yeah, I'm not going to reiterate what I said earlier in my support for this, but Brad, I'm going to ask you a question. We both know Baxter Ward Community Center. I live a couple-minute walk away from it. I think a public process here would really help things out if we were to put signage up. You know, we have a baseball diamond there, we have a soccer field there that both don't get used. There's an ample amount of property there. However, we do have houses immediately adjacent to this property, residents. And I think if we were to sign this with one of our big signs that says proposed dog park, whatever, give your input. I think those neighbors may be interested in speaking, or at least having a process, an avenue to address what we're planning on doing here. And to do with that too, of course, along with dogs comes barking. So would there be hours set where it was only during daylight hours or something? Because we certainly don't want, I certainly don't want a bunch of dogs barking at 11 or 12 o'clock at night. So maybe you could just reflect on those two things, the public process and hours. Thank you.
Mr. Sokash.
Through the mayor, the public process may be a great idea. If council wants us to proceed with that, I would suggest that it be added to the resolution or included in the resolution, whatever the resolution may be.
You. Commissioner?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to clarify that if in the resolution, then can we be very specific if it's council's wish to only have any type of public consultation for the one park? We do have our friends up in the north that will be very concerned that attention is being given to a dog park in one area as opposed to two, and it could completely derail the consultation process. So if it is council's wish for us to go to any type of community survey or online portal, can you please also clarify exactly what park and why and what your plan is for any other future parks?
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm not going to repeat what I've already said, other than to say I do have experience with dogs, and particularly to the mayor's point, I've been to dog parks where I have, by the way, a dog that's around 50 pounds, so it's not a tiny dog. And yet there are, what shall I say, friendly dogs and then very unfriendly dogs, and certain breeds that are well noted for being unfriendly. And so I choose not to go near a dog park. That's just a background to remind people there are aggressive dogs out there and can be found in dog parks. But the other point I'd like to make is this, that I don't know whether anybody else here knows what the deep pockets theory is, but basically governments are deep pockets. We've got lots of money for everything. And that's what we're applying here, the deep pockets theory, which is, oh, it's our government. They've got tons of money. No, it's coming out of your taxes. And I think we need to remember that. We don't have endless amounts of money, and we're trying to look at a whole bunch of things right now that are going to be very costly, including dealing with solid waste. And I don't think any of us have any idea how far that's going to take us. It's going to be extremely expensive. And this is another $50, $25, $50, $100,000 that we're talking about adding to a budget that's already very high. So I'm sorry, I cannot support it for the two reasons described, but mostly the financial reason. Not a good ROI for our ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I've heard is we have I've heard two extremes, if I can put it that way, if you allow me to say that. One is let's spend $80,000 on fencing to not only fence in our dogs but also our children. And I've heard the other extreme, let's not spend any money. Given that, I think what I'm going to do, and I trust council will agree with me with this, I'm going to read one motion that addresses the Baxter Ward Dog Park, and we'll see whether that carries. If it carries, I'm going to read a second motion to address other dog parks and see whether there's enough councils in favor of doing the other dog parks this year. Councillor Pedco.
Can you please include a public consultation for all dog parks in the first motion?
Yes.
It was just a suggestion.
Councillor Jarvis.
But how would that work if sorry, Your Worship, if I may?
Go ahead.
How would that?
Okay, well, we'll do Councillor Graziano because he's remote. Then we'll go to Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, Councillor Jarvis, for allowing me to go first. I don't understand how the public consultation process would work. So how would we agree to go or no go based on the consultation process? Are we passing the amounts here today for each individual park and then saying if we don't get enough responses from a community member or the community members, then it will not happen? Or how do we quantify whether or not there's an appetite within a community or not through this public consultation process?
Good question. Mr. Sokash.
Through the mayor, I'd respectfully suggest that if the council wants us to go through this public process, then that won't be the only resolution. That'd be the only part of the resolution, and the funding can be discussed at a future date when we have the results of that survey.
That makes a lot of sense. I thought it was a good question. Okay, so how about we create a new motion? And you know I hate doing these on the fly, but be it resolved that staff proceed to consult the public with regards to dog parks in the 3 locations.
Your Worship.
Councillor Graziano.
May I suggest that we approach this as you had defined previously, which is let's first try to pass the motion as it is individually. And if it fails, we then go to the public consult phase. I feel that we should move on this. I think that we should call the question specifically to the initial motion, and then determine whether or not council wishes just to pass this and endeavor to allow Brad to go forward. Again, my thought here is that we have spring coming up. Users are going to use a dog park in spring, summer, fall, and I don't want to miss that opportunity to build something for winter. I don't think that makes sense.
Okay. All right, so I'm debating in my brain various options here because I do agree that if we're going to go down the public consultation road, we have to do that before we agree to spend the money. On the other hand, I do agree that the original motion was talking about approving 1 dog park and considering the other ones for next year's budget. So I guess what we're asking ourselves, council, is do we need further public consultation on this before we go ahead? There's no question in my mind that we have received from I'll call it a handful of people that I'm aware of that have said, please build dog parks. And this has been an item on the agenda for the past week, and therefore, in theory, public could comment on it if they had reviewed the agenda. But on the other hand, we know the majority of our residents never review agendas. So I guess the question we're asking ourselves is, do we really think we need public consultation before we go ahead? And I can go for a round of comments, but I want them to be very fast because I don't want to get too bogged down here. So we'll go Graziano, Bocek, Cooper, Jarvis, please.
Thank you. I'm going to say that we stay consistent with past. I don't believe we went through a public consult with any of the pickleball courts or anything along those lines. And I think that if we apply this here and now, that we apply this consistently going forward as well. So anytime we endeavor to do anything that's driven for the community, that we undergo a public consult, if in the event that we vote on this here and now, or we stay consistent. Thank you.
Councillor Bocheck.
Yeah, my original I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. My original concerns were the houses directly adjacent to the build. But I think through our operations director saying that there would be hours so that it wouldn't be after dark and that kind of stuff. Perhaps we're in line with the thought of other dog parks and the public process. I mean, there will be a public outcry if we build this thing and the dogs are barking and all the neighbors in the area are upset. And I didn't want to get to that point. But if we have hours of operation and we have staff that, because we know dog owners aren't all great, we're going to need to pick up some stuff from there. So we have staff attending and we have hours. I think maybe the public process isn't as needed for the first one, but after we build the first one, I'm sure there may be some concerns and some second looks at what we've done. And before we move forward, maybe we can make some amendments and alterations to what we're doing. So I would be of the mind that let's go ahead and build the one at Baxter and get it operational under the auspice that Brad's presented, and then look at rolling out the other ones as quickly as possible if we don't have any issues. So I'm fine with the two-stage resolution if that's what we're going ahead with.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like to say two very brief things that I think it's important for us to support the advice that we've received from our Director of Operations, and I think it would make sense, given this is quite a bit of money, for one, and it could end up being 2, 3, or 4, that we could do some consultation with our constituents. And I don't just mean the immediate neighbors. I think we have 5,500 families in the township of Georgian Bay. Do they want to spend that kind of money on a facility like this or not? And I think that would be helpful to get that information up front as opposed to deciding after the fact. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I thought during the conversation and the initial conversation, my impression was the first dog park we would be building would be one in McTier, not at Baxter. Did I have that incorrect?
Yes,
I did. Okay, so see, I was going to suggest we build McTier first, because to me, McTier is a sort of a bigger community from the standpoint of having a bunch of dogs around all year long, and it would be more practical to have it there, and then do the survey for the other two locations. I'm keen on providing dog park facilities. I think it's a very good idea, but I do like the idea of a consult first to find out what the public thinking is on all this.
Thank you. Councillor Bredko.
So I think similar to Councillor Jarvis, what I would suggest if we are doing a one initially as a proposal, McTier may be more appropriate since the proposed location at Mrs. C's Park isn't in a residential area the same way that Baxter Ward is. But I think, I would think it's maybe not necessary to do a pre-consult with the residents, but we would have to have a formal evaluation process to look at the response from the community before deciding how we do the other parks. That would be my suggestion.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Sokash. Have you or anybody done any research about other dog parks in other jurisdictions and understood what the maintenance costs are of those parks? Because I've been hearing that dog owners may generally be good, but the 90-10 rule probably applies, and 10% may not be the kind to pick up after themselves, and somebody else has to, and that's going to be a burden on you. And what's the impact going to be?
Through the mayor, I did speak to one other municipality, and they do regularly go in, and there will be occasional droppings that haven't been picked up. This happens in our facilities as well, believe it or not, and it's not from dogs. So it is something we will have to do. we don't anticipate it being a lot of time. Just going back to a couple of the other comments, the bulk of our requests for a dog park have come from the Baxter Ward area. There's only one that I'm aware of from MacTier. So that is where the demand is. Thank you.
So can I ask you another question?
Yes.
Where are these requests coming from? Are they from, like, Baxter Ward Center is not, I mean, yes, it has some houses around it, but the dominant group of residences are Oak Bay. So are these questions coming from Oak Bay?
Through the mayor, my understanding. Yes, from
So
my
bluntly,
understanding is
yes.
the bulk
So-
of them are coming from Oak Bay.
So what we're doing is we're building a dog park for Oak Bay, basically. Netting it out.
For residents of Oak Bay and others who may wish to enjoy it.
I'll be using it. I'm not in Oak Bay.
Clap Trail, I mean, Sunset Trail.
Gentlemen, let's not make this a free-for-all.
Let's not make accusations. Unfounded.
Okay, you know, we've gone in circles, and what I'm going to do, based on all this, is I'm going to read the original motion, and we'll see whether or not it passes. And if it passes, then we can consider a further motion. And I am moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that staff proceed to obtain quotes and award a contract for construction of a dog park at Baxter Ward with an upset cost of $25,000, and that the project be funded from reserves, and that dog parks for Honey Harbor MacTier be considered in the 2025 capital budget. All those in favor? And I got 1, 2, 3, 4. So I have, and I'm going to vote, make it 5. So it's 5 in favor, 2 against for a dog park at Baxter Ward. Now I'm going to read the same motion as I promised if we did this, and we'll see how it votes. And I'm going to say moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that staff proceed to obtain quotes and award contracts for constructions of dog parks in Honey Harbor and MacTier with an upset cost of $50,000, and that the project be funded from reserves. Mr. Sokash?
Your worship, didn't the previous resolution already address the dog parks?
Well, it said
we'll
that,
have
no,
competing
what I'm doing now is saying, instead of waiting for 2025, do you want to do it in 2024 is my intent, because some councillors expressed that intent. Councillor Graziano?
Thank you. And I'm not sure where within the order you wish to address the fencing around the playground as well, and whether or not that's a separate line item or if that was the initial vote that we passed. Thank you.
The initial one was strictly for a dog park in Baxter Ward. Okay, how about be it resolved that staff proceed to obtain quotes and award contracts for constructions of dog parks in Honey Harbor and MacTier, and fencing for the playground in Baxter Ward with an upset cost, or what? Okay, with an upset cost of, let's say, $65,000. And that the project be funded from reserves. Okay, and with that second, absolutely. Madam Clerk, I'll hand it over to you. And just to confirm, this is a motion to have dog parks in Honey Harbor and MacTier and children's playground in Baxter Ward with an upset cost of $65,000 this year. Madam Clerk, can you please take the vote? Councillor Wojcik, you have a question?
Yes, at this point, a question of clarity only through our operations director. Brad, this seems like to be a repeat exercise, and we've already passed that we were going to do dog parts years ago. So I don't know why we're back on it today, but I'm wondering if there was funding that was put forward at that time, which is carry forward funding, such as what you explained to me when we did the bike pass and we approved the bike pass and there was money carried forward to the next budget. Is there anything like that in this that we can draw from, or am I just reaching?
Through the mayor, I would want to double check, but I believe that the funding for it was pulled when we were doing the budget because we were asked to make cuts.
Thank you.
Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to request, if I may, that we separate out the fencing for the playground and just do an individual vote. Thank you.
All right, fair enough. So this one will be just dog parks and $50,000. And you still want the recorded vote? Yes, okay. So the staff proceed to obtain quotes and award a contract for constructions of dog parks at Honey Harbor and MacTier with an upset cost of $50,000 in 2024 with an upset cost of $50,000. I think we're all in tune now. This $50,000 for 2 more dog parks this year.
Let the record show that Councillor Cooper requested a recorded vote. Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
No. Sorry. No.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yay.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
No.
Let the record show the motion failed 2-5.
All right, and we're going to have one final motion, and that is be it resolved that staff received to obtain quotes and award a contract for construction of a children's park fence in Baxter Ward this year with an upset cost of $20,000.
And I am going to request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Councillor Graziano has requested a recorded vote. So Children's Park, $20,000, 2024.
Let the record show Councillor Graziano requested a recorded vote. Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yay.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yay.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yay.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yay.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
No.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion carries 5-2.
All right. Who knew the dog park was going to take this much time? It is now 12:15. At 1 o'clock, we have an invited guest for a closed session. So I'm going to suggest we take a lunch break now and go into close. Does that mean, would you want motions beforehand? Maybe you do. Okay. So we have moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Jarvis, where Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, provides authority for councils of municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to a matter identified in Section 239(2). And whereas the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under following Section 239(2), Council closed minutes of February 12, Ontario Land Tribunal Appeal OLT 24-000141, Santero, I apologize, for 862 Haskets Drive, and legal files listing. Now be it resolved, the Council Township of Georgian Bay moves into a closed session council at 12:18 p.m. All those in favor? And that is carried. And so what I'm suggesting we do now is we'll break for lunch and to be in the meeting room before 1 o'clock, because we have a 1 o'clock invited guest for our closed minutes, closed meeting, rather. I apologize. Thank you very much.
Keep the session open.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I had my hand up, but you didn't recognize it. And I'm just wondering if there's a link, a separate link for the closed session, because I don't think I received it.
Okay, yes, there was one on the calendar, but Clerk Way has volunteered to resend it to you.
Thank you.
If she can resend me one as well, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Will do. All right, everyone. I have a number of motions in front of me. I don't think I see Councillor Bocek, so we're going to change this to Councillor Predko. I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that Council of the Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at 2:56 p.m. All those in favor? And I'm seeing more than enough hands to say that's a go. And I've moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council adopts the council closed minutes of February 12th, 2024 as circulated. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where did he go? 6. Okay, that is carried. Now, back to our agenda. Page 3, staff reports. Paid parking pilot project is the next item to consider. The quadruple P, is that what you're saying? Okay, the quadruple P report, Director Sokash, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just waiting for Zoom to promote me up from a participant. Thank you, Your Worship. This report is brought forward at the request of council. We have investigated paid parking for a pilot study at a couple lots as previously discussed, the Miners Bay as well as the Volux launch. We've found a third-party provider that's quite common in this area, across Ontario actually, called Honk Mobile. They charge 35 cents per transaction. That is billed directly to the user. So if you're buying a $2 parking pass, it's $2.35 to get them their money as well. They collect the credit card fees. So we lose about 3% there, but we'd be paying it anyways for the credit card fees. The report goes on to explain that we're proposing to continue for this year using the passes that we've been issuing for Port Severn Park. So they would also be valid at the other two locations. One pass would be, each property owner would be eligible for one pass. And I know there's going to be discussion about a second pass, so I'll leave that for now. And again, it's a pilot program. And if you have any questions about bylaws, enforcement, timing, Karina's here to answer all of them. Thank you.
We would never accuse you of passing the buck. Okay, I see lots of hands. I'm going to go Councillor Cooper, Hazelton, Predko.
Oh, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Brad, for your report. Lovely idea, I guess. Just for clarification, so the concept here is to try and generate enough money to pay for this system, for this company to do this. They're going to make some money, really? Is that the idea?
They're guaranteed an amount, $250 a lot, I believe. But for every transaction that happens, it comes off at $250. So they anticipate, based on what we've explained to them, which includes the passes, that they're going to generate enough revenue to offset that $250, at least in the summer months. In the winter, we'll see what happens. If I may, one thing I didn't mention during my opening was we would also add this option to pay at the Port Severn Park. So for the time being, we'd have the existing Cayley or Blue Flowbird system, as well as the Honk. So either one would be valid.
So just for further clarification, why wouldn't we consider, let's say 50% of the users are property owners, for argument's sake, or 30%. we don't know what it's going to be, but we could guess, I assume. Why wouldn't we offer that to the residents at half price as opposed to the whole price? And the reason I'm suggesting that is that I pay for parking at my marina, not just for my boat, but for my car. I don't have any free parking. So are we going to pay for my parking at my marina?
Through the mayor, I believe that question is being directed to council as opposed to myself,
Well,
and that's a discussion for council to have, I believe.
Well, thank you very much. I think it is a question for council, but I just wondered if you had any wonderful ideas as to why and how you're going to be able to compensate and keep me whole as well, because I'm already paying for my slip, and I'm paying for my dock at my cottage. I'm paying for all sorts of parking. And if I choose to have more than one parking spot at my marina, I have to pay for that too, an additional fee. So there's a lot of fees there. Could mount up to thousands of dollars and does. So I just think it's a lovely, nice idea, but I don't know why the freebie. Thank you. And that maybe my fellow councilors can justify it. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you. I'll go generally ditto, but I want to ask the question, what capabilities do you have in the process of taking the payment to accept an identifier of some kind? In other words, it would be really important, first of all, for the purpose of this pilot, 100% support it. Go and do it. And I really don't care about free parking for residents at this time for the pilot. But I do think we want to know during the pilot how many residents are using it versus non-residents. Because I think what we need to be doing going forward is being able to handle the kinds of concerns that Councillor Cooper just raised, which is in Honey Harbor, there's no free parking for anybody coming to the cottage. And we don't see why that would be the case anywhere else in the township. But if the system isn't tracking it, then we haven't got the data to make good decisions. And so I'm just looking for the validation that there could be data.
Through the mayor, that's a great question. And Karina and I have discussed it quite a bit. And electronically, it's difficult to do. But going out on busy weekends, we have bylaw students, we can count the number of cars. We can easily get from the software how many passes have been purchased, and we'll have an idea of how many passes are being purchased, how many are have been given out. And then we will know if there's a lot of resident parking or a lot of visitor parking. If it's 50-50, that's about the best we can do.
So, but when you go out visually, what ability do you have to see if that vehicle has paid for their parking?
Yes, King.
Yeah. So as the bylaw enforcement officers, we have an administrator end, and we have a website that would be on our iPad. So we can go out and each plate that is there, if they didn't have a resident pass, if they've purchased through Honk, we can go on the app, put their plate in, and it will tell us if they have their parking is up to date. Then we would know whether they're resident or not, because if they have their resident one pass that we've given at Port Severn historically, then they would have it in their hang tag. So we wouldn't look at plates that weren't obviously, didn't have that hang tag on it.
So in the process, you're getting license plate tags. Yes.
No, well, we have the plates already for Port Severn Park, like the hang tags that go in your mirror.
Right.
So we already have those here. So the residents would have them. With Honk, they don't get any print, nothing. It's all online. So it's all through a website that we would have access to. And it's actually really smart for the user. Like it'll tell you if you have 5 minutes left and you're out on the boat at Go Home, it'll ping to your phone and say, hey, you have 5 minutes left. And they can actually renew it from their phone. So that's why we'd have to have that there.
What I'm not hearing though is how do you know what vehicle has paid? Even if you go out, how do you know what vehicle is paid? Does the system, are you required to put in your license plate number?
Yes.
So when you go there, you look at a sheet, your tablet, you go, okay, I got this car, oh, no license plate. Okay, I'm going to put a sticker on him and we're going to record this.
Correct.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Great for a pilot.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So I've got a couple of questions and a couple of issues I'd like to kind of raise. I think there's a lot of issues in a very simple report that's been presented today. So it's a pilot project for paid parking, but part of that pilot is changing the definition of what's a parking lot in the township. And the parking lots that you've identified have different uses. Port Severn Park is a day use. The parks at the parking lots at Vollex Road and Go Home Lake are longer term. So the rates that you've come up with as suggestions are skewed to people who are there for an hour or two. So nobody goes to Go Home Lake for an hour. And then the people who are there, obviously, we have an issue, a difference of opinion, I think, on whether or not the historic offering of parking availability for 60 years is something that has not been accommodated over the years through property tax levies to the different properties. But I'm concerned we're trying to mix too many things together to accomplish this one thing. I would ask, maybe when we get closer to the end of the discussion for the resolution, is that if we're doing a pilot project for parking fees, we stick to this Port Severn Park for a pilot project, because otherwise the additional lots are not the same type of lots, and I don't know what you're trying to measure as a pilot. So I would like, because if you're going to roll back the pilot or move it forward, you still have two different things you're trying to accommodate. And at the same time, I know you have to update the parking bylaw to accommodate the AMP system, because right now it's still relying on the provincial court system. And our current schedules of parking lots don't include Vollex Road and Go Home Lake Road. So there's still work to be done on the parking lot bylaw. And then I guess, really what we're talking about, if we have seasonal residents that use these parking lots, if they do purchase a piece of parking from a marina, which most of us do, but a lot of residents don't for whatever reason, at the current rates, it would be, thousands of dollars for them to pay for a car to park for the entire season in that lot, which is currently not charged at all. So I think we need to talk about the instance of a pass for residents that is not going to be onerous and not going to increase their payment to the township incrementally on top of their property taxes. And let's just keep in mind that we're talking about a piece of land that's in the middle of not nowhere, but it's not in a high demand area where there's any other options for people to park. And if Park and Fly in Toronto can provide a week's parking for $85, that's basically what we're charging $150 for somebody to park for a week. I think we have to really reevaluate what you're trying to charge and what you're trying to achieve in the pilot project. That's all. Thank you.
Director Sokash.
Through the mayor, a couple of things. A longer term parking rate is something that can be incorporated with very little effort into the hunk system. As for just doing Port Severn Park for the pilot as opposed to the other two, I don't know what benefit that would be. The reason we've been asked to look at other locations, I think, is exactly for the reason that, or is because they're being used for long-term parking, and we don't know how much that long-term parking is by property owners, how much is by visitors, and we don't know that, and we won't find that out if we only do Port Severn Park.
So I'm very worried we would enter into this in the spring without people being aware and not having a parking pass and start getting charged hundreds of dollars for a weekend, and it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah, through your worship, I can speak a little bit about that. So as we discussed earlier, the parking bylaw does need an amendment. It's not an in-depth one. It's quite simple. I've already found some wording that would work for us because our current one says pay and display. Well, you don't display anything. It just is all online, right? So that's something that we can fix. As we discussed previously with AMPS, we're hoping to bring our parking bylaw under AMPS. But in order to do that, we have to get our ARIS agreement approval. And that's like a 12-week timeline to get through their steps. There's like 5 steps in the process. It's quite lengthy because they want to make sure their information is safe with us, right? So for the plate denial part of it. So my goal would be, okay, that would bring us to June for 12 weeks if we get AMPS in place. If we did a bylaw amendment, I would have to speak with the clerk as well, even if we post or dated the bylaw to come into force and effect around July. That would give us lots of time to work with the sustainability department to get that information out to all the residents. That gives the residents time to get those passes because a lot of go home won't have them because they don't really use Port Severn potentially, right? So that would be my suggestion, is that we do one amendment for the parking bylaw. That gets us into AMPS. That gives us lots of time to get the residents on board and understand what's going on. And I would suggest to say that the bylaw department, we can meet like on the Friday nights of the long weekends and just start talking to people and explaining what's going on, those kind of things, to get the word out there in all the ways that we can to try and address that. But that would be my suggestion for the bylaw end of it and the enforcement end.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, a couple of things on this. I do have a couple of questions and then one comment. One of the questions was, how will the ticket errors be waived if in the event that a resident gets one? Councillor Predko kind of brought this up, and I'm assuming through AMPS that if in the event that a resident were to receive one, they could just simply contact the township and it likely would be waived, suffice it that they've already registered for a parking pass. Is this correct?
Through your worship, that's what we kind of ran for the Port Severn the first year that it came in. It was all new to a lot of people, so we kind of worked through that with the people, got the information out. So the first little bit, there's going to be a grace period where we would void some tickets or go through our screening officer to quash those if they do get the resident passes. That would be as per however this rolls out, how that looks. But obviously there's going to be understanding to make sure that they have those passes, and hopefully we can put lots of information out there so that they get them, so we don't have too many of those problems.
Great. Second question that I have, and then my comments, if I may, is Brad, last time we discussed this, we were also looking at the launch on Crooked Bay, given that I'm concerned that what will happen is those that would have otherwise parked at Volux would then go northbound one additional exit and park at on Crooked Bay. So can we not implement that site as well, given that there's really it's not that tough to do so? I see you talking, but I just can't hear you.
There was a discussion that was had about this, and I was hoping Karina might know a bit about it.
I don't remember. I believe the report before this came with these 2 suggestions as the pilots we thought were the best. So there may be something in the report that changes that. I know we also checked too, because it's important that your cell phone service obviously is really good in those areas. So we've checked we checked with our bylaw. We went out with 2 different types of phone services, like an Android and a different Bell services and stuff, and checked, and we were able to load the internet. So unless Mr. Predko can tell me differently, we checked those 2 lots. So we hope that they're okay.
Crooked Bay would be in 6 Mile Lake, and it's right beside a bell tower. Literally, it's a bell tower that looks like a Christmas tree. So there shouldn't be any issues. The only issue that I have is Volux is on the south side of Whites Falls. And essentially what's going to happen is, like I said, if people become aware that it's free to park one exit and further north, they're then going to move from Volux to the launch right beside Wauwatosa. And that would be a concern. So essentially it defeats the purpose of doing a pilot on that particular location, because people are just going to, find out that it's free to pay the one further north. I would recommend that, given that it's only $250 a year, suffice it that it doesn't actually cover its own costs, that we consider doing that as a part of the pilot. So this way it just offsets that additional northbound traffic, and those that are trying to circumvent. I'm not sure what would require. Brad, any comments on that?
Through the mayor, adding a lot is not difficult, but it's $250 a month, not a year.
a month. Is there, on that note then, is there a winter hibernization option? Can we not put the service into hibernation mode for the winter months?
Through the mayor, unfortunately, no. There's not.
Okay. So our summer costs would essentially offset our annual cost for each location. Well, I can tell you on long weekends that facility's full, if not every other weekend thereafter. Now, with regards to my comments, there has been arguments here as to, well, if I'm in another area of our municipality, why should I have to pay for a marina? And I think that those arguments are not necessarily valid. And here's the reason why. Well, there is free parking, and that free parking is on our road. There's also free parking with respect to the local parks there. There's a park specifically, I think, was cited as to Honey Harbor. I believe that there's Rendezvous Park on Blue Water that has free parking as well. And so there is free parking for those that wish to visit Honey Harbor. And our counselor can go ahead and utilize or leverage that free parking if he'd like. He otherwise chooses to park at a facility where he's got a dedicated parking spot and at a marina where his boat is only feet away. And as a result of that, then of course he's going to pay because it's a private venture. It's a private company who's offering him that service. So let's compare apples to apples here. The idea of having residents rather who use the launch to be able to launch, because there are water access properties on this particular lake, and those water access properties do require the ability to come in and out when they need to. It's quite a bit different. There's also those that, if they wish to, could opt to purchase a marina slip and have the luxury of having a dedicated spot for themselves. So again, with respect to at least 6 Mile Lake, and I'll speak to 6 Mile Lake, I don't think that example really aligns to the circumstances here. What we're trying to mitigate is transient visitors who come up for the day, who are using our assets for free at no additional cost. We're looking at ways of increasing our revenue, and we shouldn't be doing it on the backs of the taxpayer, especially as our counselors advised that there's going to be substantial costs with regards to waste coming up. I would hate to hit them on waste, and then I would hate to hit them on parking. I think that's just, incredibly insensitive, especially when we have back-to-back increased taxes by 5.9% year over year. So with that said, I'm hoping that we can get the Crooked Bay the Crooked Bay Road launch under this program as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, point of reference, I currently, parking at my marina in Honey Harbor is $155 for the season, and that might be a point of reference you guys can use for a seasonal pass. If for cottages, they're going to be parking in the same lot all year long. And then just for reference, again, $12 a day for any guest that comes in and wants to park in that lot. If there's space available, and that's another issue at our marina because there isn't a lot of space. So anyway, just points of reference. I think the idea of having people pay for parking, I don't have a problem with that. We all, those of us that have marina access, I agree, it's private property. I suppose there is some semblance of security there in that regard, but not much. So I think that's a good way to. I'm in agreement with the concept.
Director Sokash.
I hope this is the appropriate time to weigh in. I'm accumulating questions here. Whether to include Crooked Bay, and we don't have an issue with that. Whether to include a weekly rate, and if so, an idea of the of how much. And I don't know if anybody brought up the idea of a second pass for property owners. If it was brought up, does council agree with that? And if so, how much? Those are the questions I have so far.
No, and I think they're very good questions. Personally, I think that in my take on all this is we have expenses associated with those parking lots, and I think it's not an unfair notion that the people who use those parking lots should cover those expenses. And those expenses include not only the, I'll call it maintenance and I'll call it supervision. I don't know if we can call our bylaw department a supervision department, but I think that's part of their mandate. And I think that's appropriate. I personally think it's very appropriate to consider weekly or monthly or seasonal rates, because most private enterprises that offer parking do that. Not all, but most. And that, you know, your marina will charge you a certain amount that includes the entire season, a parking spot and a dock slip. So I think that's a very fair suggestion. And I think one way we could accommodate that is to issue not necessarily a second pass that looks just like the property pass, but a type of pass that might have on it very clearly either the month. This is an August parking pass, or this is a 2024 parking pass. Yes, sir.
Just on that topic, Your Worship, we would do it through honk as opposed to a hanging tag.
All right, but I think we should be able to accommodate that, because I think, you know, and I don't know where we're going to end up, because clearly on this council there's varying opinions, because that reflects what we'll find in our township is varying opinions on all this parking. But I think that having a seasonal rate makes perfect sense. That if we go down the road of every property gets one freebie, then that they might want a second pass automatically, and we might want to charge them $250 for that second pass, as opposed to $20 a week for 25 weeks, which would total $500. I'm just making these numbers up as I go along, but you know what I mean. And whether the $250 is the right rate, well, that's a separate debate. But I'm just making it up. And so I think it's well worth it. I believe that it makes some sense for us to control parking. I think it makes sense to control parking for a couple of reasons, not the least of which is we know that we are in an environmentally sensitive area, and overuse, and this was demonstrated in some particular areas during COVID, overuse is very damaging to the environment. When you have a trail that's designed for 100 people and 1,000 people use it in a weekend, not only is that trail all of a sudden a lot wider and a lot more is destroyed, there's also, unfortunately, a lot more garbage. And we know from experience that if we control parking, we control the use. And I think that unfortunately makes sense, that we have limits. And so I really find it uncomfortable if we go too far down the road of, well, we've always had it for free, or we've always paid for it, and therefore what's good for the goose is good for the gander, because we know that every area has its own history and its own background. But to me, I thought this pilot project made a lot of sense given our past discussions. Obviously, it won't be fully in place before the Victoria Day weekend, which means that whatever we decide, there'll be an adjustment period this year. And that adjustment period may include putting little notes under windshield wipers that say, you didn't use honk, you don't have a pass. Sometime in the future we're going to be fining you $100, but this is just an education information piece of paper in the meantime. I mean, that's fair enough. So I think we should look at it. My question, honk. Did you look at any other providers, or was honk your only one?
We did some research into other companies. A lot of it has like G-Techna and stuff. They're bigger parking conglomerates, for lack of a better word, but they would do the enforcement software as well, where honk is really just user focused. You kind of suggested honk to start, and I spoke to quite a few municipalities locally that use it, and they've been really well received. Even with Saga Beach, like they had their meter and they had honk, and the first year the meter is taking all the money, the next year Honk is taking all the money and they're going to start taking meters out of certain lots because it's so successful and they've been so happy with it. So we had spoken, but the ranges were more like 50 to 60,000 when you're into those bigger parking services, but that comes with printers and handhelds and the whole thing. This kind of allows us to do the way that we do our parking enforcement with that, modern twist to allow the people to get access to those permits via their cell phones and the QR codes.
Through the mayor, we did a reverse search, I guess. We spoke to users, so other municipalities, who do you use, who are you happy with? Overwhelmingly, it came back with Honk, and that's why we went that direction.
I mean, I know a few people who use Honk outside our community who have mixed feelings about it, but I have no idea if that's the fault of Honk or of the application site, if I can call it that, or the user.
One thing I can add, the contract can be terminated on 30 days notice at any time by either party.
All right, with that, let's do another round of discussion. And I see Councillors Jarvis, Cooper, Hazelton, Predko want to be, at least those four want to be part of the discussion. So Councillor Jarvis, please. Oh, well, then we'll go straight to Councillor Cooper.
Dear. So I have moderated my view, imagine that, in that I think it's a good idea to have some parking available, provided there's fees associated with it. If there aren't any fees associated with it, I have other issues. And so that'd be one thing. I also think that we have a very large community in Honey Harbor where there's very limited parking, virtually nothing. So we could look at a project there as well. We have a school where there's a fair bit of land that could be converted to parking. And I would suggest that maybe that's what we need to do for Honey Harbor, so that instead of going to a marina and paying $20 or $30 a day as a guest, they go to our parking lot and pay a little bit less. If they choose not to have if our residents choose not to have a marina slip, and they launch at the launch in Honey Harbor in the same area as the schoolhouse, they could in fact have both a launch availability, just like we're talking about in Go Home Lake, and also a parking availability there, and a reasonable amount. They are residents or non-residents, depending on as the case may be. But I just think it's only fair in our township, if we're going to generate some revenue, that's great. But let's make sure that we offer this opportunity to most of our residents. We've already more or less taken care of it in Port Severn. We're now talking about it in Go Home Lake, and I think Honey Harbor would be another natural spot that would warrant this kind of attention. So that's my two bits on that one. And it's not about goose versus the gander. It's more about if we think we're going to generate some real funds here and also look after our communities, let's do it for our communities. And that's the biggest opportunity I would suggest to you in terms of numbers might be actually in Honey Harbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. I think it'd be great to be able to park cars there at the fire department's training facility, because they could show you how fast they could put your car out when they set it on fire. But seriously, in Honey Harbor, I would like an ask of our operations bylaw enforcement people. You have heard there are parking spaces in Honey Harbor that people could use. And my belief is that almost every parking space that's in Honey Harbor is either there to support access to a store along the roadway, or at Rendezvous Park, where people are trying to come and play pickleball. Sadly, we don't have a free dock on 6 Mile Lake to access the free tennis courts. But coming to play pickleball. So I think it would be useful to have a little bit of an inventory of all the available parking parking spots in Honey Harbor and what their purpose is. So if it's a parking spot aimed at Rendezvous Park, then that makes sense. If it's at the town center, that makes sense. Because I don't think these are equivalent to the kinds of parking spaces we have elsewhere. I'm not looking for it today. I'm just saying that I think that would be useful information going forward. So that's an ask I have of you. Going forward,
Can you just hit, I'm just wondering, were you about to respond about overnight parking?
Yeah, actually I can, through your worship. So the Honey Harbor Park Landing, like those spaces are for 2-hour minimums. So they can't be, what? Maximum, sorry. I was like, what?
Okay.
I was like, did that change while I was gone? Did you change the signs on me and didn't tell me? And same with the street. I think the street's an hour maximum parking, like along the street.
And what about Rendezvous?
And Rendezvous would be with the intention of for Rendezvous Park. I don't know the limit. It might be 2 hours. I'd have to check. I don't remember. But there are limits. So those aren't overnight parking spaces
so
as
you don't need to
suggested.
go and do any research. What you're saying is there are no parking spots in Honey Harbor except for like max 2-hour, 1-hour windows, which isn't going to satisfy the kinds of interests that these other areas need parking for.
They couldn't stay all day. You're correct.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Second part is I wanted to offer you something. Councillor Jarvis, who parks at a less professional marina, our marina charges $340 for the first car, plus $180 for car number 2, plus $140 for car number 3, and if you get up to 6, anyways, so seasonal. So just it's a different number. You can use it. I would suspect that the boat club probably has similar numbers, but those numbers are from Nautilus. And anyways, so it's $15 a day. So there are different numbers elsewhere, and depending on where you go, I'm not suggesting that these places that are being considered need the big numbers, but you want to know what the big numbers are. Because if you go to a top-end marina like Nautilus or Boat Club, that's what you're going to pay. Anyways.
Thank you very much. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. So while we're throwing out numbers, I paid $200 for 2 parking spots at our marina in Uncle Home Lake.
Can I park at your marina, please?
Sure, come on over. I'm trying to say it's not the same across the township. So we are going to have trouble with the rates because it's not a uniform. And maybe that's a consideration that there are different rates in different parking lots, and maybe that's something that Honk can accomplish. What I did want to just, I got all distracted by parking rates. I just don't want people to underestimate the unpopularness that this may have with some residents. But maybe there's a way that we can track the revenue that's collected and maintain it in a reserve fund, net of expenses, so that if there are parking lot and launch improvements that can be made in our facilities, that money can be earmarked for future improvements.
Yeah.
So at least residents will be viewing that this isn't just a general revenue, but it's something that's targeted and specific to parking. Thank you.
So you're going to collect your revenues and you're going to rebuild our marina? That's enough. Launch ramp?
Director Sokash.
Might I suggest, if council wants to consider that, might I suggest a percentage of the revenues, of the net revenues after we've paid Honk and whatever else, as opposed to all of it? I just have a view of these parking lots are going to be spectacular in no time.
We don't know the revenue yet, right? So, and until you know how much the net is, I don't know. That's why it's a pilot project and you're looking for data.
No. I want to. Okay, we got the. Councillor Graziano, I've seen your hand go up and down a couple of times, so I just want to confirm your intention, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I was going to echo Councillor Predko's comments with respect to making or putting some money aside in reserves to be able to upgrade this facilities and hopefully it catches on. I do feel that to Councillor Predko's comments that geographically each area is going to be a unique pricing scheme because of just supply, demand, and overall land. I guess, the one thing that I would say to that is that at the end of the day, regardless of whether or not it's going to be more expensive or not, the application should be universal. And so, yes, the costing is going to be somewhat different. If someone were to take their secondary car or look at long-term parking in Honey Harbor versus that of Go Home or that of 6 Mile Lake. But, if they do buy, let's say, an annual pass within our township for one car, that car can go anywhere. I just don't want to, have geofencing specifically because they've purchased a annual membership on Go Home, and then now through Honk, it's found that there's going to be an upcharge to them being able to park in Honey Harbor. So just want to keep it, whatever they purchase or wherever they purchase from, as long as they can justify that they're purchasing it from that particular area because they do and are a resident of that area. So someone from 6 Mile Lake won't look to buy a parking spot in Honey Harbor at a lower rate, if that makes any sense. Thanks.
It actually made sense to me. Councillor Hazelton, you had a quick remark?
Yeah, Brad, so we've had conversations in the past about doing something with M&R land at Go Home Lake. And I think an ideal, perfect opportunity would be to take some of these funds and plow it into buying or getting a lease for more M&R property so that they can have way more parking available.
Let's not go down the tangent too far, but Director Sokash.
Quick answer to that. I believe we do have the lease now, but to develop it, we have to spend a lot of money blasting because the parking lot is up against granite walls. So we have to expand it that way. But this money could be used for that in the future.
I'm seeing hands go up for a third round, and I'm hesitant because then we're going to get lost in the muck and the mire. But if I'm going to grant two, if they're fast, Councillor Predko, fast.
Thank you for the indulgence. And through you, Mayor, I just wanted to point out that the parking lot at Go Home Lake is also the bin site. And whatever we do in the future with the bin site will affect the parking situation. So keep that in mind.
Important observation. Councillor Cooper. Equally quick?
Very quick. Just Brad, a suggestion to both of you would be to do a little bit of market survey. I don't know how much you've done, but in other words, what's going on out there right now at the marinas? What are they charging on a per annum basis? What are they charging for a second parking spot at a marina? And you might want to do one for a sample for Go Home Lake, a sample for, I think there are at least 2, if not 3 marinas on 6 Mile. There's several in Honey Harbor. And really, it also is a component of the pricing for any of this is partially related to a marina slip. So if it's a fairly high marina slip figure, the parking may be a little more subsidized. We don't know that unless you have some comparators. So I think it would be worthy of doing that. What's the second spot cost? What do guests pay? So at my marina, my fees annually are relatively low, but a guest pays $20 a day. Park at my marina, and it certainly isn't downtown Honey Harbor or at Go Home Lake. So it's off the beaten track, and it's $20 a day. So there you go. Now, if it was a monthly fee or an annual fee, it might be quite reasonable. But let's find out what that is. That helps us understand the market.
Well, and I think to that it's important to note that the rates that they put into the report are the rates they charge Port Severn Park, but nobody's using Port Severn Park to access that I'm aware of to access their cottage. These are usually day visitors or people are here for a couple of days, even if they might be repeat customers. Okay, with all that discussion, I'm going to go to Director Sokash for a moment. Do you still want me to call the motion, or would you like to come back with something with any revision?
through the mayor, I think I'd prefer a deferral.
Okay.
I'm assuming we're going to add Crooked Bay. We'll figure out a weekly rate. Second pass. A couple things that I hope I'm not going to create another round of questions.
No, we're not going to go with another round today.
There will be no guarantee of a spot. That's something we can't do. Secondly, and I believe this is contrary to a previous motion, boat trailers are a problem, especially long-term. They take up parking spots, which is a revenue source. So in my humble opinion, they should either pay the same as a vehicle, or if they're there for the season, they came from somewhere. The boat is stored somewhere with that trailer. There's no reason it can't go back to wherever it came from the winter. That's just my opinion, though.
Yeah, no, and I think that's a fair opinion, given that you're renting space, and it doesn't matter where that space is taken up by a lot of air in 2 tires, or taking up a lot of metal in 4 tires. It's still the same space. With that, Councillor, are you agreeable to a deferral? Okay, all in favor of or do I have to read the motion before I ask? I don't know if I have, so I'm going to read it, and then I'll say all in favor of deferral. Moved by Councillor Jarvison. There you go. And Hazel. No, moved by Councillor Jarvis and seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Sorry, must be getting in the afternoon. Be it resolved that staff be directed to enter into a contract with Honk Mobile for paid parking services at Go Home Lake, Volux Road, and Port Severn parking lots, and that the program be reviewed after a 12-month period. All those in favor of a deferral? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where'd he go? There you go. I saw the hands. Thank you. 6. That is deferred. Thank you very much. I think that was good discussion, and I'm sure you'll come back with answers to every question we possibly considered.
We will have options. We will not have
okay,
answers.
Well, that's. I mean, no pressure.
Through the mayor. Sorry, I forgot that.
Ms. Way, I think you have a report where you want to give me a little more work.
Through your worship, I have a quick report where the district has requested the township appoint yourself as the mayor to the Southern Georgian Bay. No, sorry, that one we don't need an appointment. To the Bracebridge OPP Detachment Board. The OPP Bracebridge and Huntsville Detachment Boards require appointments for the district appointee versus the Southern Georgian Bay one has a different setup, and the district already appointed you directly, but all of the clerks have received requests to appoint our mayors respectively.
Potentially a formality depending upon what council has to say. Council, what do you have to say? Okay, moved by Councillor, Vocek is not here, so I'm going to say moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis, because Councillor Predko was keen. Be it resolved that the mayor be appointed as the council representative on the Bracebridge OPP Detachment Board, and the District of Muskoka be notified of the mayor's appointment. All those in favor?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Cooper.
Well, you asked for comment.
Well, I wasn't necessarily serious, but please go ahead.
Well, I support you being our elected official for this. It was more about the issue of the common sense of having 2 police boards in this township. So I just think it is worthy of letting the public know that you know, from a practical perspective, most of our township can be covered by the police, the OPP, and Midland Detachment, not from Bracebridge. It's like everything else over in Muskoka. We can't get at it. MacTier would be the only area. So the reason I raise this is A, for the public to understand it, and B, I hope by working on this committee, board, whatever, that you might be able to sway them a little bit along the lines of, if nothing else, the Bracebridge detachment deal with the very north part of our township and nothing else. Because frankly, it just doesn't make any sense any other way. Is that a possibility for you to lobby for that?
All right, CEO Mariotta, you want me to respond to that? Okay. There is active discussion taking place with the OPP, with the district, and the Solicitor General's office is involved about the possibility of changing the boundaries. It is my understanding that we're one of extremely few municipalities in the entire province that are served by 2 OPP detachments. So that is being looked into. I'm optimistic because it's easier to live life being optimistic than pessimistic, but I'm optimistic that we will get some resolution to that. But in the meantime, yeah, no, that is an active file. Any other comments? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. I don't know if I should say thank you or not, but I do appreciate this. This is one of the fastest items we've had all day.
Totally support you.
All right. Now we are going into new business. And Councillor Graziano, I believe you have 4 items, but we're going to do one at a time. And the first item is council due diligence. Over to you,
Thank
please.
you, Worship. I'm assuming that everyone has read the motion, and so I'm not going to reread it, rather just summarize it. Essentially, what I'm hoping to do here is I'm hoping to get a little bit more runway from staff, specifically when releasing our agenda, when it pertains or when the agenda consists of documents that are going to require thorough research along with quite a bit of reading. I'll cite a recent example, our emergency waste meeting. 24 hours before the meeting, we were furnished with 2 documents totaling, I would say, roughly around 70 pages of 8.5 by 11, information. And if you can see the micro print, it was quite small print. Fortunately enough, I was able to read it, but I feel that if we could have a little bit more runway when it comes to releasing the agenda, that would be ideal. So what I've gone and done, and the page amount can vary according to council if they wish to add or decrease the amount of pages, is just by saying if it hits a certain threshold, that staff recognize that we require a little bit more time to read thoroughly and consult with those that may be impacted or those that may be involved. So all stakeholders, by giving us a little bit more time on the agenda. And I would also go so far as to say, and this is nothing against our staff, but I believe our agenda was released 4 days prior to the meeting this week rather than 5. And so not to say that this was heavy reading this week, but that's the nature of this resolution. So over to council to debate.
Thank you very much. Anyone care to respond or ask questions? Councillor Jarvis, please.
Thank you. I'm just going to make the observation that in another new business item, we're requesting that staff be able to accept motions from the floor on new business, which would require immediate research and discussion as opposed to even just 5 days. To me, that's all counterintuitive.
Okay.
I'm happy with what we've got. And just getting back to this.
Okay, thank you.
Having made that observation, I agree sometimes that it takes significantly more time to get through the text of these meetings. The bridge in time between our meetings in February and our meetings in March was shorter than normal, giving us even sort of less time to consider things. But I know it's always difficult to get things prepared. I'm happy with the way things are, is what I'm getting at in the end.
Councillor Cooper.
I think there's a couple of, thank you, Mayor. I think there's a couple of things at play here. We sort of got behind a bit in the sense that in January we didn't have meetings. So look at our agendas for the last couple of months. So the staff are trying to get that stuff, shall we say, taken care of. And I think in fairness, that's why our agendas have been quite long. The other point I'll make is that the 30 pages of text is a lot. However, I will say that when you go to the district, it can be 200 or 300 pages, and that ain't fun, I'll tell you. So I just I don't know what the number should be, but I think maybe in the future we may need to think about things like canceling January so we don't pile on to ourselves, because we basically did that, caused a lot of this ourselves. So that'd be my suggestion, is to keep us moving along and have, if anything, rather than having a really long agenda, we may have to do every 3 or 6 months a catch-up meeting if the agendas become too long. It's another way of dealing with it. So there's a modest suggestion, and thank you.
No comment for, okay. Give the clerk away, and then we'll go to Councillor Predko.
Through your worship, I would just like to note that 30 pages is a pretty low threshold when it comes to an agenda package. So if that's going to be the threshold, my recommendation would just be that regular agendas go out 10 days in advance, if that's the will of council. But keep in mind that bumping that time frame bumps all of the time frames back. So that bumps back, you know, when we publish to when reports are due, etc. So in that situation, if looked at the timing of it, the odds of us getting a report from one meeting to the next probably won't happen. So everything will be pushed automatically back. So anything from March would have to go to May kind of thing, because there wouldn't be enough time in between most of the time to get reports back. If that's the will of council to have more time to review an agenda, that's fine, but just that's the counterbalance to that happening, which is why I think it might have been the last term of council, we debated this a lot between 14 days in advance versus 7 days in advance. But
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. I appreciate, you know, getting as much advance as possible is helpful to everybody in preparation, but I think also realizing that we probably don't all get to it until the week before council anyway. So I know for the longer reports, it would be nice, but I did a little bit of math and I looked through our council meetings from the last year and looked at the cumulative number of pages for the staff reports, and the average is 92.5. So I guess really, if Councillor Graziano's motion is asking that the date be changed from 7 to 10 days, because really that is what the volume of work that we're dealing with. But I think we need to balance that with the agility of the staff to be able to produce reports, not just on this council agenda, but be working on the next one. So I would just ask that there's there's the diligence on the part of staff to provide the reports as early as possible. I'm not sure that we can quantify exactly how many days and how long they have to be. And similar to Councillor Cooper's comments on the length of reports for district, I looked at the Committee of Adjustment, and we're averaging probably close to 300 pages of reports, including all of the environmental reports that come into that, and we get them a week in advance as well. So I think it's unfortunately the reality of our jobs. That would be my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. When I looked at this, I had a couple reactions. One is, as has already been said, I don't think the 30 days is actually all that useful. I think we would just say all agendas. And it's a balancing act, in my opinion. I've forgotten what it was a few years ago, like 4 days or something like that. So it was, or 3 business days. Okay, so in effect, in the past, the reports would come out on a Thursday and for the Monday meeting, and now they come out on the Monday for the following Monday meeting. Every time we lengthen the time between the report and the agenda, and the meeting day, and as already observed by our clerk, we lessen the time that staff can prepare after the immediately prior meeting. And so we're going through, as a point, and I think it's very important, that we are going to get in a situation where more and more business is going to be delayed an extra month. I do note that we normally, under normal circumstances, the last little while, the agendas have been coming out a week in advance. And then there have been some addendums, 3 days in advance or something. And normally those addendums are relatively small, so I don't think that's been too much of a burden. But I'm worried. I mean, the other thing I did, and I talked to a couple of different clerks and was told they're not aware of any municipal situation where there's more than a week in advance, that we would be potentially a record breaker if we asked for our agendas 10 days in advance. So as much as I can appreciate that the longer the agenda is in front of us, the longer time we have to prepare, I find myself not in favor of going from 7 days to 10 days, because I think that would, in actual fact, slow down our process. I mean, we're a council that only meets once a month, and that already slows down some of the response time. And I think this would just add. I mean, I know it's only 3 days, but I'm concerned that would just make it 3 days harder to get something done in time for the next month. Councillor Graziano, back to you.
Thank you, Worship. And again, as I mentioned to you, the number of pages that are, I guess, attached or assigned to reports is not necessarily the relevant part. Rather, the amount of time that we have to do our due diligence on the issues that are presented before us. And I'll circle back and give a relevant example. In last month's meeting, there was a motion that pertained to my constituent, and I wanted to be able to have enough time to speak to that constituent to render a decision that would represent them, but I wasn't afforded that amount of time. And situations such as these are going to arise where, because of the compression or the amount of time that we have, it's just not physically possible. 90 pages, quite a bit to be able to absorb, factoring in also perhaps some conversations that are required. I can understand that maybe 10 days is too much of a stretch, and that's going to severely impact our ability to be able to submit these reports and or have them posted by our clerk's office. But I don't see a Friday release the week prior. So Friday, that would give Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So rather than as it is right now with a Monday, if we were to kick it to the Friday before, that would give 2 weekends essentially for us to be able to not only absorb the content and review it, but then also connect with our constituents or stakeholders that are impacted by the particular resolution or staff report, and do whatever research we need to do comfortably within time before council's meeting. So really, I mean, 2 weeks, yes, quite a large stretch, perhaps 3 additional days, which would be 2 weekend days, and even if it's released at the end of day Friday, that would be no different than beginning of Monday, unless staff require the weekend, which I'm assuming they don't work on the weekend, to wrap up those agendas and get them published for the Monday morning. So if we can agree to the Friday, I think that would be enough runway for at least myself, because it would give me 2 full weekends to not only review the materials in advance, but then connect with stakeholders. I think that would be fine from my perspective.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. And I like what Councillor Graziano just stated. And how you frame it is probably a variety of different ways. I frequently get comments from residents saying that they don't have time to review the material in the agenda packages, and often the agenda packages, perhaps recently they've been more timely, but we had time issues before. But if I can potentially champion an employee position, I think that the employees would like to have it off their plate on Friday so that they don't have to worry about trying to get caught up over the weekend. And so I think that Christian's actually onto something here that, one more business day, I think our current wording is 5 business days. If one more business day of getting it out on Friday, I think solves all kinds of issues of giving us access to it, giving our residents access to it, and giving our staff an ability to get it out the door without having to work on a weekend.
I do know from experience that some staff have worked on weekends to get reports ready for Monday, so I just want to note that. Any other comments before I call the vote? Well, sorry, we did hear from Clerk Way. You would like to hear from CEO Mariotti. Do you want to add to the conversation before I call the vote?
Yeah, I thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Cooper. The only thought I have is it's the research component, I guess. And I hear some on council saying we need more time because we need to do our own research. This is where staff comes in. Council should trust staff to be able to provide a report that has in itself undergone research. And in between the time that the agenda package is released and the council meeting, if there are any questions, and I know that some councillors have reached out to staff who have authored reports to just clarify some points. So that's my only comment. But I mean, for the sake of an extra day, if that's council's will, then so be it.
Council Cooper.
Christian sounds up to. Sorry,
microphone. Yeah, just in that if Friday may work very well, especially if we say if we haven't got it done, we haven't got it done, and it has to be considered the next month, or that we have to have a special meeting if it's that urgent and play catch up. But that way, we're not sort of jamming stuff down your throats or our throats, so to speak. So that's another way of considering it, I guess. It's a way to accommodate everybody, but still have enough lead time. That'll be my suggestion. Thank you.
Councilor Graziano.
Yeah, thank you. Just a very quick comment on our CAO's comment. Of course, I trust staff in the reports that they provide. I review them in their entirety. This is part of my argument today. But I don't think I'd be doing my constituents, the job that they had essentially elected me to do if I trusted blindly. So there's the old saying, trust but verify. I think that we've heard that in council multiple times before, and that's really where I think the additional time offers us is the ability to be able to trust, but also verify. And if there is extensive amount of reading and understanding different perspectives, and at least we can look at different evidence. So thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. I think, if I may, I think where we have arrived at with Councillor Graziano's motion is not the motion as it's written, but a motion that would result in saying that the reports would be produced on the Friday the week before council meetings. So you can count days, you can do whatever you want, but I don't think I don't think the words are what we're looking at here from a resolution.
In reality, if the council meeting's on a Monday, a Tuesday, or a Wednesday, it's going to end up being on the Friday because they're not going to release them on Saturday or Sunday.
Right. So a day count isn't relevant. It's the Friday, the week before.
Let's not rewrite the resolution. It's going to have the effect.
No, but what you can't read the resolution as it's sitting because that's not what we've gotten to in all this discussion.
Okay. Well, first of all, yeah, we can start amending, but let's not go down this road forever. One, I think, and I hope Councillor Graziano and Hazelton, you'd agree with this, we just remove the 30-day qualifier because I've never seen an agenda of less than 30 days. 30
30
pages.
page? Yes.
Apologize. Okay, and now, for the first time, Councilor Hazelton is suggesting we change it from 10 days to the Friday, yeah, on the Friday that is 10 or more days in advance of, I don't know how exactly you want to word it.
Let's not do, I mean, Councillor Jarvis was perfect. 2 Fridays before the council meetings. That's simple. I like the way you did that. Shocking.
The result of So I'm going to ask one further question, if I may, because the second, therefore, is, and that during the review period, council members will have access to all agenda reports. That would effectively rule out any possible addendums being released after that time. And
Not including addendums, perhaps? It's really just is, you know, that it'd be published within that time period is its intent, sorry.
Because I'm wondering, and Clerk Way, you want to yes, go ahead.
Sorry, through your worship. Whether it's the reports or the whole agenda, I would rather it just be the agenda and not like reports of them. We're not piecemealing the agenda. Obviously, addendums are going to happen sometimes.
Yeah.
Regardless of how hard we try, there's timing issues and things that occur sometimes. So beyond staff's control for certain things.
Like I'm wondering if it just makes sense to remove that paragraph, because if we rule out addendums, then we're going to find ourselves that some agenda items are going to be deferred for a month later, because it is imaginable in that period that some additional information comes up or a correction is necessary as people are reviewing. So I'm going to propose, and Councilors Graziano and Hazelton, if you disagree, it's your motion. First 2 paragraphs read as they are. Whereas the public and council members require adequate time to review and understand agenda items in preparation for council meetings, and whereas lengthy agenda reports may require additional time for review and consideration. Now, this is new. Now, therefore, be it resolved that agendas are issued 2 Fridays before scheduled council meetings.
Can we just call it meetings instead of council meetings? Like, can we consider council and committee the same?
So,
Sorry,
so
it's
you
easier
want
for us if they're all the same.
So you're wanting the committee of adjustment to be included in this or not?
I think it would be confusing. So does that mean committee of the whole and planning council?
So, yeah, because they're all council meetings.
Well, committee of the whole and the procedural bylaw is not a council meeting.
Well, then it could be the exception to the rule.
So
I'm hesitant to include committee of adjustment. I mean, we could add committee of the whole if you feel better.
so then can we explicitly say council and planning council and committee of the whole, because those are referred to separately throughout our procedure bylaw, and same with
Have you ever been called a clerk before?
lots of times.
Okay, council, planning council, and committee of the whole. All right, let me try again. Now, therefore, be it resolved that agendas are issued 2 Fridays before scheduled council, planning council, and committee of the whole meetings. And then just the next paragraph we'll just ignore. That means that during the review period, council members shall have access to all agenda reports electronic or in print format, and the clerk's office shall ensure that agenda reports are provided to council members in a timely manner to allow for the full 10-day review period. Obviously, when the agenda is released, the reports are attached, but I want to remove that paragraph because that would forbid addendums. That agreeable, Councillor Graziano? Okay. And that this resolution shall come into effect immediately upon approval by council. Well, we won't be able to do it for tomorrow's meetings. So, okay. All right. So let me read the motion and then I will call the vote. And what this, well, you know what this is going to do. Whereas the public, moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Whereas the public and council members require adequate time to review and understand agenda items in preparation for council meetings. And whereas lengthy agenda reports may require additional time for review and consideration, now therefore be it resolved that agendas are issued 2 Fridays before scheduled council, planning council, and committee of the whole meetings, and that this resolution shall come into effect immediately upon approval by council. Any final comments? All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Okay, that's 4 in favor, 2 against. I was against, for the record, and that has carried. 1, 2, Councilor Graziano made 4. So there's the 4 voted in favor and 2 voted against. Councilor Graziano.
Yeah, and again, I'm assuming that everyone has read this, so no need to reread it for the sake of time. Really, in a nutshell, the motion is intended to request equality within our council meetings, specifically when it pertains to staff. I do want to clarify, in case there's any ambiguity in its intent, that this motion is specific to staff speaking as if they were putting their hand up and not staff in being questioned. So essentially, how I envision this enacted is that if we as council ask staff a question, that they can answer that question without being in contravention to the motion. However, if staff wish to provide their own input, that they're allowed to be able to provide input twice as similar to that of the rest of councillors. And really the impetus for this motion was that I've seen it consistently in the past where staff have spoken in excess of twice, to matters. And I'll cite a recent example, and I'm going to preface this citing of a recent example by saying that this is in no way an attempt to attack anyone of staff. However, Madam Clerk, please don't take this personally. In the last conversation that we had pertaining to indemnification, I counted our clerk speaking 11 times to the issue. And it can be it can disadvantage a counselor, for lack of a better term, in that if we are only allowed to speak twice, maybe 3 times, suffice it that our chair allows it, and that staff can speak to an issue over and over again with their hands up without being asked a direct question. I think that provides an unfair playing field, and I think that we should just all be accountable to the same rules. So again, I want to reiterate that this does not hinder our ability as councillors to ask a specific question to staff. It does not go towards their count, if you want to call it that. Rather, if they wish to provide their own input and raise their hand up, that they're held to the same standard as we are. And that's where the motion is. So over to council to discuss.
Council, any discussion? Nobody's raising their hand. I want to comment that I would argue, and I have no idea what the count is, but if you're picking on our clerk for speaking 11 times, I wonder how many of those 11 times were in response to comments and questions of council. So I don't think it's quite fair to do that. But having said that, because without reviewing the report, or sorry, the video, I have no idea to what percentage, and I don't want to worry about it. But if your comment is it's not including their offering the report, and it's not including them responding to council comments, I'm not sure how much difference this motion is actually going to make to our meetings going forward.
If that's a question to me, it's not necessarily making the difference. Rather, it's establishing a fair and equitable playing field. And again, I'm not saying that our staff has, so please don't take this out of context. Rather, it may be the case that there is an attempt to bias the direction of a conversation through the multiple comments added, or the discussions. What I can say is the count that I had counted was specific just to comments. It wasn't to actual questions, and I've seen this before. This is not the first time. I was just using it as an example. Again, Madam Clerk, nothing against you, so please don't see this as an attack against you. But I have seen this consistently through other staff members as well. And really, all I'm saying is that if we are held to a standard, and that standard is that we only get 2.5 minutes per talk time, 5 in total, maybe Al being the exception to that rule, and we get maybe potentially a third from time to time, that I would ask that we also expect the same from our staff. And again, I want to reiterate, questions doesn't go towards the count, nor does the report summary.
First of all, I think Councillor Hazelton is doing his best to cut his presentations down to 2.5 minutes, and I respect the progress he's made. And secondly, it's Councillor Graziano who's most guilty, I would say, on third speaking terms, which I've usually granted. But having said that, you know that my memory's not perfect, so somebody else may be quite up there on the list too. I think I'm going to call the motion. I'm not going to vote in favor because, in part, every time a staff member speaks, they're supposed to have been recognized by the chair first. Some staff members have slipped now and then, but we're trying to get that a little more under control. And so I wouldn't be surprised that staff members who have spoke more often than the usual two, or sometimes they volunteer information that is missing. Today, Director Sokash spoke quite a few times, but each time he was recognized by the chair. And so Councillors Hazelton and Cooper want to challenge me. So Councillor Hazelton followed by Councillor Cooper.
Got in front of you there, buddy. I don't think there's any harm in what Councillor Graziano has put forward here. I think it's notional, with kind of no harm, no foul kind of thing. But I would like to ask, if I want more talk time, can I go sit out there and then pretend that I'm a staff person and talk more?
No.
Oh, okay.
But it's a fair inquiry. Yeah. Because if you're sitting out there, then you'd have to see where the CEO would hire you. Councillor Cooper.
Well, I get this baby on. I think really what this is about, rather than saying we all get the same thing, is maybe the 2.5 minute limit is too short.
But now we're going down a whole separate topic, which is not what's in front of us.
Well, and I think it is a bit short, to be quite honest. If it was 5 minutes, that might be considered more reasonable. I don't know whether Councillor Graziano would consider that, but that's sort of what I would like to see, is a little bit more flexibility for our councillors. We are here to represent our constituents, and
dare I remind you that it was a year
I haven't even
ago.
taken up 2.5 minutes yet.
Okay, but I would like to remind you that 2.5, now you got me going. A little over a year ago, Councillor Graziano made the motion that we go from 5 minutes to 2.5 minutes per speaking turn, and council approved it.
And obviously it didn't work.
Well, then maybe the chair is not being strict enough.
So let's ask Councillor Graziano.
No, let's now call the vote. So I'm going to read, but first I will read the motion before I call the vote. I think that's, the clerk wouldn't have it any other way. Moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Whereas council meetings should operate in a fair and orderly manner, ensuring equal opportunities for all participants to contribute to discussions. And whereas procedural bylaws establish guidelines for the conduct of council meetings, including rules regarding speaking turns and time limits for councillors. Now therefore be it resolved that staff members who wish to provide their input during council meetings beyond their response to a direct question by council shall be bound by the same procedural bylaws governing speaking turns and time limits as councillors. And that staff members shall follow the established procedure for requesting speaking turns during the council meetings as outlined in the township's procedural bylaw, and that this resolution shall come into effect immediately upon approval by council. All those in favor? 1, 2. I have 2 in favor. That is defeated. Should we do a 4:30 by resolution? Okay. I've moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved the council does extend past 4:30 p.m., but no later than 6 p.m. All those in favor? And I have everybody in favor. That is carried. Councillor Graziano, online.
Thank you.
Sorry?
Please go ahead.
Oh yeah, I have online resolution tracker is the next item you wanted us to discuss.
Thank you. Again, assuming that everyone has read this, really the impetus for this particular resolution was that I've been asked recently by a few different constituents on status updates with regards to motions that have been passed and have been carried by council. And I felt that it'd be a good opportunity for us to be able to, for the sake of transparency as a municipality, go ahead and post online our resolution tracker, which we already are essentially reporting against, and taking that information and putting it online to show our constituents, A, where those resolutions are, and B, how long they've been open for. I've had numerous inquiries about this, and through those Q&As, I felt that perhaps it'd just be easier for them to look directly and then ask us for any additional context if in the event that they required it. So I think it's just a good transparency exercise for our township, and I think our constituents would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, in the spirit of transparency, I think you just said it. I think it's a great idea that way. I think from the other standpoint is trying sometimes to find certain results of conversations at council or motion stuff difficult. Having it available online might make it easier. It could also inspire further involvement from the public, and maybe we'll be getting more questions as councillors as a result of that. So I like that idea. My only question to this would be to staff, and that is on the feasibility of actually doing this.
CEO Mariotti, please.
I think that as a good compromise, there's no reason why we can't add it to the agenda package so that then it's public once a month. I think trying to have a staff member maintaining it once a week is probably a little too involved. And while it's good to have community input, which is where council comes in, right? You're the bridge between the resolutions, the work plans, and the community. The staff's concern could be that it becomes a potential avenue for some discord out there, and so we I'm not aware of many other municipalities that have all, the resolutions up and updated every week. So I would prefer that we issue it once a month together with our legal files listing and together, with the agenda package.
Quickly, would that be sort of part of the consent agenda then, do you think? Just thinking out loud?
I'm going to defer to the clerk whether that would be.
It could be under the consent agenda. It could be on CAL with our monthly updates. Previously, it was under updates from the CAO.
Yeah, I could live with that. Thank you.
Councillor Predko.
Thank you. And actually, I'm just going to echo Councillor Jarvis's comments. I wasn't expecting him to add that extra bit about the consent agenda and where would it go. But I think there is some value to publishing it and making sure our constituents are aware. But I would also be wary of a weekly live version of it that was a new task for staff to have to take care of. But if it was in the consent agenda or some other item, I think that would be acceptable. I'm not sure if Councillor Graziano would be interested in a friendly amendment to his motion.
If that's a question directed to me, I'm indifferent. Whether it goes under the Civic Web, whether it's on a consent agenda, I'm indifferent as long as constituents have an understanding of what's still live, and how long it's been live for. They can, submit questions perhaps to their councillor or even to our clerk or CAO on, when this will be enacted. They'll see it, they'll understand it, they can review it. So however we deliver it, I think it really doesn't matter. It's just as long as it's out there in the public. And with regards to the updates, I am fine with a month as well. I think that as long as there's some updates as it comes to the attention of our staff, then and staff do attempt to update it with the most relevant information, then I think it serves our constituents. So thank you.
Okay, I'm wondering then, Councillor Graziano, if we can replace point 4, which was weekly updates to ensure the tracker reflects the most current status of each resolution with, and that the tracker shall be part of the committee of the whole staff update, or what do you call that section?
Consent agenda.
Consent agenda. Was it council or cow?
For the monthly update.
Yeah.
If that we can on CAL.
Yeah, so I think I personally, and this is why I'm making the suggestion, I'm wondering about it being part of the staff give us monthly updates. It would be part of that. I think would be a logical place to put it.
And that would be delivered to COW's agenda, correct? So under the consent agenda for COW, correct. And that would also allow us to pull from it if we wanted to discuss anything in COW and open it up. I'm fine with that. The only caveat to that is that if we can identify it in a way that's similar to the current spreadsheet, where it's open, it's got similar columns and the amount of days that are open in an update, that would be fantastic. So the running tally on that. I don't recall exactly how it's delivered by our staff right now.
Sorry. Oh, so I'm just at this point it's reported as an Excel spreadsheet, or is that what you're saying? I apologize, but go ahead.
If I may, through your worship. So we circulate an Excel spreadsheet to council so you can run your searches and manipulate the columns. We can't attach it like that to the agenda. We can only attach a PDF on the agenda. So previously when we did have this on the agenda, it was attached as a PDF and we emailed council the Excel version. So I'm assuming we'll go back to that practice, but I can't.
May I make a recommendation, Your Worship?
Please.
So my recommendation would be PDF is fine. If what we can do then is if we can essentially report on the highest amount and do it chronologically from the longest open to the least open in a PDF format, and we could essentially export out of Excel into PDF anyways. So Excel allows us to do that. So if we can just do that, so essentially Christine or whoever is going to be tasked with doing this once a month can go ahead, essentially do the manipulation with respect to chronological order, and then export to PDF and upload that. That would be fantastic.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
In the world of simplicity, in your agenda package, you can put a link to a file, right? And you could easily just put the Excel spreadsheet in a directory someplace, put a link on the agenda package to the file, and that would mean no work by anybody. And that way, if somebody wants to sort it one way, they can, and they can sort it another way. So basically, I'm trying to suggest here, simple, no work, simply a recurring pointer in the agenda package.
But you're more technically astute than I am. Would that not give anybody out there the ability to go into that link, into the Excel and manipulate it, even though it's a staff report? That's would be my concern.
But I mean, what are we hiding?
Like, in other words, I don't want you to be able, and I'm picking on you because you can. I don't want
fine.
you to be able to go in and take a resolution that had a date of March 2024 and change it to March 2022 because you want to get it higher up on the list.
Oh, no. The point is this: if I put a link in there, all I can do is I can access the file and get it into my local device. I'm not accessing the file instance on the shared server. It's just like if I click on a link today of a PDF, I get that PDF in my space. I can't change that PDF on the server, and it's exactly the same way in an Excel spreadsheet.
Okay, I don't know these things, so that's why I'm checking.
If it's set up properly. I've done this before. It's not a big deal. You can share files like this as long as you got a publicly exposed place where you can get a PDF. You can get an Excel spreadsheet.
Okay, well, that would be something we'd have to follow up on.
Okay.
Okay.
But that would be no work. Well, 5 minutes setup.
Yeah.
I'm sure Mark would do that for you in a heartbeat. 5 minutes setup, and then no work for anybody else, and no risk of impacting your corporate information.
That's important. All right. Thank you. My only one. Sorry, I missed a hand. Councillor Predko, buttonless Predko.
I just to follow up on that, it can be done to have a copy. There may be ways that it can be secured so that it could be viewed in a web browser version that's read only and they can't change it, which would be preferable to them downloading it. We're having multiple copies out in the world. That's one of the beauties of PDFs is people can't change them and you. Yeah. Well, not the average user.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, that's
okay. Let's not go down this technical route because we understand the intention here is that the listing becomes available for everyone to look at. Councillor Cooper? No, but you would have to put your mic on.
Let's just put it on the whiteboard in the room in there. Okay, thanks.
We gotta love the traditionalists. It's a pretty long list for the whiteboard. No, I have no issue with the transparency in all that, but my concern is when we have resolutions that are, how should I put it? The importance, relevance, applicability, whatever. I'm missing a word, but we will ignore that for now. When you look at a list, the age of the resolution is not the only measure of its importance. And I think that's extremely important to understand. You could have the 10 oldest resolutions, and they might be from 2017, I have no idea, and nobody's thinking about them anymore because they've been replaced with things later on. They just didn't get removed from the list. And I think we have to allow that. What I do appreciate about this motion it got June 2024, so that's going to give staff a chance to look at that and see if they can't remove the resolutions with, when I say remove, you can leave them on the list, but you say, resolved, see resolution number way the heck down here, because it got replaced in effect. And I think that's very important that we understand that an outstanding resolution might not actually be an outstanding resolution because of what has happened since that resolution was originally passed. I think it's important to understand that. Okay, I have changed the number 4 item to read the tracker to be included on the COW agenda. And so I have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Whereas transparency and accountability are fundamental principles of good governance, and whereas providing the public with access to information on council resolutions promotes transparency, enhances public trust. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay implement an online resolution tracker on the Township's official website. I guess we're changing that, aren't we? In fact, to this other one. Implement a resolution tracker
A link to the resolution.
Therefore, be it resolved, Township of Georgian may implement an online resolution tracker, which shall implement a resolution tracker, which shall include but is not limited to the following features. 1, a comprehensive list of all resolutions passed by council, including resolution number and description. 2, the current status of each resolution, clearly indicating whether it's pending, in progress, or completed. 3, the number of days since the resolution was initiated to track the duration of resolution processing. And 4, the tracker to be included on the COW agenda. And the township staff be directed to launch the resolution tracker no later than June 2024. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is carried in its modified form. Thank you. Motions from the floor. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. And I'm wondering whether this would be better suited for COW tomorrow rather than council today. And the reason why is because I suspect that we'll need to, if in the event that there is appetite for this in tomorrow's discussion, request that staff come back with a report on guardrails, specifically on what would be required in order to satisfy a motion from the floor. The intent is not to allow just any motion, rather ones that are critical in nature and need attention expeditiously. And so, again, I'm going to, I guess, preface this by saying, do we move this? Is there an appetite to keep this here in council, or do we move this to COW for a longer discussion tomorrow? And if the former, then I'd be happy to give my comments before I guess we deliberate on this. So, Mr. Chair, over to you on your infinite wisdom.
Oh, I wish my wisdom was infinite, but if it was, I would not be sitting in this chair. Anyway, having said that, yeah, I would be happy to just simply refer this to staff. And the reason I say that is without the guardrails, I'll be honest with you, I would not approve it, because I'm very concerned about staff input and I'm very concerned about public input on any motion. So as opposed to referring it to COW, which I don't believe we can technically do today, we can't refer something to an agenda that was published a week ago and soon to be published 10 days ago. I would suggest that we consider referring it to staff.
And I'm fine with the referral back to staff. Again, I think just on my own comments, we do need a mechanism in which to be able to bring motions from the floor in case there's an emergency that falls within the 2 Fridays. And as long as staff can perhaps identify the guardrails that are going to allow and not hinder us from being able to do so, but at the same time respecting that if it doesn't fall within those parameters, it has to go through the regular channels, then I'd be fine with that. So if staff can do that and return back to council with a report within the next, I don't know, May, I think that that'd be fine if staff agrees.
Okay, Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Jarvis. Councillor, okay.
Thank you, Mayor, and I just like to say that I'm delighted that we can refer it to staff. I think it is a good idea to have the flexibility to deal with issues that come up in relatively short order before our council meetings, and at the moment, the way things are set up, we can't really do that. So I think we need that flexibility, and I'd be delighted to hear what staff have to say about providing that flexibility for our council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Sort of along the same lines, is there no facility at this time for us, if there was something of very urgent nature that came before us, you know, after the agenda was published, to at least with some conference with staff, clerk, and council, bring it to the floor at that time? I'm just wondering if there is something already in play that we could use.
Who wants to answer?
I'll defer to the technical person who's the clerk, but I just want to say that referring something to staff in terms of putting guardrails, which is so vague. Let's take the example of you know, we last minute we had a very tight timeline to secure funding from the Georgian Bay Land Trust. Okay, and that came between issuing the official agenda and then issuing the revised agenda. That's common sense, guys. We got to get something in here. It's clear. Let's get a motion in last minute. If we are entertaining motions to say, you know, I've got a ratepayer who wants a dog park in Mactier, you know, that is something that should be considered, you know, over time and not be thrown out there so that staff doesn't have time to think about the various options. So to me, to ask staff to go away and come up with a report on guardrails, I think is wasting staff's time.
What about just saying time sensitive or something? I mean, that's one of the criteria.
Yeah,
time sensitive.
Yeah, I think time sensitive and what makes common sense. If it's something that is going to impact the township that could cost us money or could be a liability or could be, you know, something that is very clear cut, I think we do that anyway now.
Perhaps, but maybe need to put some words.
Clerk Way, I want you to jump into this one, please. Knowing what you know about procedure policy and all that sort of stuff.
Through your worship, we can always issue an addendum up until the Friday before, as it stands right now. So anything, you know, within that, what are we at, 10-day plus-ish, depending on Monday, Tuesday timeframe. If something occurs that is time sensitive, that can't wait until the next meeting, we can issue an addendum. If there is something very urgent between meetings, we can always have a special council meeting. There are emergency procedures for that within our procedural bylaw. I'm hesitant to provide verbiage around how this beginning of a meeting we can add something late, because then there is no time for staff to research, there's no time for public notice, and I don't know what emergency situation that would even be in that wouldn't require an that wouldn't meet the standards for an emergency meeting.
Okay, then I'm going to ask a question before I go to Councillor Jarvis. I think it was a meeting ago, you did allow a motion from the floor in effect to refer something to staff. Does our procedural bylaw allow that kind of motion the day of?
No.
Oh.
What happens is we waive the rules of procedure. So in theory, council can say we waive the rules of procedure to do whatever you would like at any time, which is not advice I would give.
No.
But that's what happened to have that added on.
Councillor Jarvis.
I'm just going to comment quickly. Referring something to staff at the last minute is no different than putting it as an item for the agenda in the next meeting anyway. So what's the point in bringing it before council for immediate application? I don't see how that's useful. If we wanted something to go to staff or refer to staff then we just take it to staff under normal circumstances. I don't see anything other than a very urgent or emergency matter or something as given to us by our CAO just a moment ago as being relevant to this type of a situation. So I would say common sense currently prevails. We can waive the rules of procedure. I think we've got it encompassed.
I mean, my experience has been at district, for instance, if I may, that we've had a couple of times where something came up and the first motion that was put in front, and this staff, by the way, prepared it because it went through staff, and staff put a motion in front of council initially to waive notice, and then they presented the motion. And I'm thinking, I believe our procedural bylaws would allow that at this point. Because I'll be honest with you, my biggest concern about motions from the floor the day of are twofold. One, staff hasn't had a chance to digest it and decide whether or not there's concerns. And it's hard to do that on the fly, especially when you're in a meeting. And two, the public hasn't had any chance to provide their input. And I think it's a little unfair to our residents if, you know, if all of a sudden today I put a motion in front of this council saying we want no mow June, and 2/3 you say, yeah, that's a great motion, let's vote on it. And we totally ignored the public. And I don't think that's fair to our residents. And so I think that, but I do like the idea that if something urgent comes up on the weekend, and that's really what we're talking about now, is that something happened late Friday or on the weekend that all of a sudden we say, we got to get staff. I'd much rather have staff make a recommendation to council on Monday to waive notice and let us address it versus me calling a special meeting that's going to happen 2 days later. Because I think I have to give 48 hours notice for a special meeting, or 24 hours. So like I think in my mind, if there is a motion that you believe is of such urgency that it should be given to staff first thing or on the weekend, an email should be sent or what have you, so that we can have staff help us with a waiving of notice. But I don't want Monday morning to somebody coming in and saying, oh, I'm just going to ask for a waive of notice because I think it's urgent that we change the paint on the walls here just because I thought about it on the weekend. Therefore, it's urgent. Anyway, Councillor Graziano, your hand's raised. Back to you. It's your motion.
Thank you. A few comments on my part. You know, we heard comments with respect to waiving the procedures, and in order to do that, it requires a majority vote, which the way that I perceive this is an extra step in order to try to get a matter discussed. The emergency meeting, of course, requires the consent of the chair. And so essentially what I'm seeing here is that in one hand, we're giving a mechanism for staff at their discretion to say yes. We're giving the chair at his or her discretion the opportunity to say yes or no, and both being subjective. But what we're not doing is we're not trusting council and councillors to make a decision based on the severity of the circumstance and bring it and have an open dialogue on it. Rather, it's got to go through the formalities. And the issue that I have here is, I'm just going to use a bad example for all intents and purposes. Let's say that a new builder in our area decides to start rock crushing illegally from the night of Friday evening to the Monday of council, and residents contact us to say, hey, the rock crusher's on, it's ongoing, it's making incredibly loud sounds. There's, you know, this aggregate dust that's getting kicked up that we're inhaling, and we're afraid that this is going to be a carcinogen and impact our health, as an example. and the ward council receives that information, wants to bring it back to council, and at that time asks to have the procedures waived, and other councillors, maybe not within that area, don't see it as necessarily such a circumstance or such an emergency. It's taking away, I think, that by giving staff the discretion and by giving the chair a discretion, but not giving councillors the ability or having a mechanism to be able to bring something such as this example to the floor, suffice it that they have a seconder. I think that that's short-sighted of us, and it really sends a message that we don't trust our own councillors to determine what's important to them and their constituents. Rather, it's what the collective assumes is important based on their subjective, decision right there and then, without any advanced context, without any discussion, without any deliberation. Rather, it's just, are we agreeing to waive, yes or no? There's no discussion. There's no prior discussion on it. And it's not allowed to be socialized on the floor. So I think that we're doing ourselves a disjustice by not giving us a mechanism to do so. Now, I'm all for a way in which that we can ensure that that mechanism's there, hence the guardrails. And if our CAO feels that perhaps that's a waste of his time, I'd be happy to wordsmith something that I feel are better guardrails. I'll happy to do it. But at the end of the day, I think that council should have the ability, in a circumstance that they feel and their community has articulated to them as concerning, to bring something to the floor, should it not be able to make it to its normal agenda, including an addendum to that agenda. So that's my comments.
I'm sure that was more than 2.5 minutes, but regardless, I had to say that for Councillor Hazelton's satisfaction. In the example you gave, I would wonder why somebody didn't contact bylaw or the OPP Friday night or Saturday morning. But having said that, I know it's just an example. I think you're being a little unfair when you're suggesting that having the rules, the procedural bylaws and all that stuff is a suggestion that we don't trust individual councillors. I think those procedures are in there so that everybody goes through a similar format to get things in front of council when they feel it's appropriate. And I say, and taking the example of the rock crushing, I'm not sure that if it was legal, that activity, and in some place of this township, whether we'd be able to pass a bylaw Monday and it's enforced Monday night to stop them. Anyway, with all that, I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Hazelton, who wants to make a remark.
I want my 2.5 minutes. I think that if I roll back the clock to the previous term, there were policies that we thought we had, whether or not I remember them correctly or not, but the idea of adding a resolution to a meeting at the beginning of a meeting required us to first get approval from a majority of council to hear the new topic, and then we were to discuss it. And so if we were to think that way was reasonable, then all we would do is modify and put one more clause in this now therefore be it resolved resolution to say that the motions from the floor are moved. 1.1, council has to vote on and have a majority approve that we are going to consider the resolution, and then the other 2 points could be considered. And then I think we would have what Christian is looking for without the need for asking staff to deal with guardrails or anything else.
I think the unfortunate thing about our prior practices where there was no public notice and therefore the public didn't have a chance to join in on the conversation. And one of the reasons we're publishing agendas now 2 Fridays before the meeting is so the public has a chance to review. So to me, unfortunately, suggesting that we have motions from the floor is in direct contrast to the fact that we're suggesting that our public, our residents should have 10 days or more to review our agendas and our topics of discussion. So I see this as going in the wrong direction. And I think that if there is a genuine emergency or a genuine deadline that suddenly has come up in a couple of days, 3 days prior to council, then I think council and staff can fully cooperate to address that matter. All right. Councilor Graziano, I'll give you one last comment before I read the motion.
Your worship, you had mentioned that I usually get a third chance to talk, and so true to form, I've requested it. Joking aside, though.
This is your fourth turn because you also presented this item. So I'm being very generous.
The transparency that we seek to offer our constituents is exactly that. It's a standard that we try to live by in order to provide them with as much transparency and as much, advanced understanding of what's to come, so they can contribute their opinions. But we have to be realistic. There are going to be circumstances in which emergencies arise, and we can't always give our constituents exactly the 10 days or 8 days or whatever it may come, and hence the reason why we allow for addendums right now. We understand that things are fluid, they're not planned, and even weather forecasters don't get it right. So we need a mechanism in which to be able to allow ourselves as council to bring an emergency forward. And in most circumstances, the waiving, I would say, would likely work, but there are going to be times where subjective opinions may differ on what is perceived to be an emergency and not. And if it's important to that community, if it's important to that councillor, I think that we should make way for that councillor and understand that at the same time, they feel that this is an important issue that needs to make its way to the floor ASAP. And again, within reason. If there's to pass examples, if it's just to bring a dog park forward, clearly that's not an example. And I think that the majority of councillors would look at that councillor and say, this is a poor use of that invoking clause. So this is the intent here. And that's my final comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And my final comment is that if that individual councillor isn't going to respect the majority of council, the members of council, on whether or not the item is an emergency, then we don't want to give individual councillors power over council as a whole, in my opinion. So the motion in front of me is moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Whereas the Township of Georgian Bay's procedural bylaw governs the conduct of council meetings, and whereas allowing motions from the floor can facilitate timely decision-making and address urgent matters during council meetings. Now therefore be it resolved, the Township of Georgian Bay amend its procedural bylaw to allow motions from the floor during council meetings subject to the following conditions. Motions from the floor must be moved and seconded by members of council present at the meeting. The mover of the motion from the floor shall provide a brief rationale for the motion. The motion from the floor shall be subject to debate and vote in accordance with existing rules and procedures governing council meetings, and that this amendment to the procedural bylaw shall come into effect immediately upon approval by council. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. All those against? 1, 2, 3. That's a tie vote, so it is defeated. Councillor Predko, volunteer firefighters.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I think in the CIP, a number of people would have already noted that other municipalities have passed similar resolutions within their councils. But just to kind of highlight the intent of this is to acknowledge that our firefighters, including in our community, volunteer firefighters comprise 71% of Canada's total firefighting first responders. And under the current Canadian tax code, volunteer firefighters are compensated for $3,000 tax credit annually. And the request really is to have the Canadian government recognize the value that volunteer firefighters provide, not only to the firefighting jobs that they do, but also the value that they provide to municipalities through their volunteerism, and that additional costs are minimized for communities just like ours. And at the same time, I'd like to recognize that while Chief Van Dam isn't here, our firefighters are a dedicated crew, and I think being able to express our gratitude and support for increased compensation for the essential work that they do for us is a worthy cause. And happy to answer any questions that people may have.
Thank you very much.
I apologize for the lengthy motion. I got the short part.
Okay. I will read the motion and double check if there's any comments, and then I'll call for the vote. Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Whereas Canada has 90,000 volunteer firefighters who provide fire and all hazard emergency services to their communities. In addition, approximately 8,000 essential search and rescue volunteers respond to thousands of incidents every year. And whereas many of these individuals receive some form of pay on call, an honorarium, or are given some funding to cover expenses, they do not draw a living wage from firefighting. And whereas without volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers, thousands of communities in Canada would have no fire and emergency response coverage. And whereas these essential volunteers not only put their lives on the line and give their time, training, and efforts to Canadians, they also allow cities and municipalities to keep property taxes lower than if paid services were required. And whereas in 2013, the federal government initiated a tax credit recognizing these volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Township of Georgian Bay Council requests the Government of Canada to increase the tax credit from $3,000 to $10,000 for volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers, and that a copy of this resolution be shared with the Association of Fire Chiefs of Ontario, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, all Ontario municipalities, and Scott Aitchison, MP. Any comments or questions? All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that is passed 5 to 1. All right. Now we're going into the bylaws section of our meeting. Bylaw, the first one to be considered. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the Council enact Bylaw 2024-017, MacTier Arena Advisory Committee appointment. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Number 2, be it resolved, the Council enact Bylaw 2024-018, being a bylaw to transfer for the transfer of lands to 2529 Honey Harbor Road. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is carried. And the third bylaw, be it resolved, the Council enact Bylaw 2024-019, being a bylaw to appoint a treasurer. Radigan. All those in favor? Oh, I didn't move by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Graziano. Sorry, I missed that. All those in favor? And that is carried by 6 votes. Did I mention here who moved it? Because we have to change that because it's Councillor vote. Prior one, moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Predko, that we've already voted in favor, but I'm doing the, she starts in 2 weeks' time or something? March 15th. Okay, and then we have moved by Councillor Hazel and seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the Council enacts Bylaw 2024-020, being a bylaw to appoint signing officers. All those in favor? All right, and that is carried. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the Council adopts Bylaw 2024-021 to confirm the proceedings of the March 4th, 2024 Council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council is now adjourned at 5:05 p.m. until March 28th, 2024 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. We are now adjourned. Thank you very much.